It's time to get the Brickyard 400 underway. Time for the command to start the engines.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the board of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Tony George.
Drivers, start your engines.
Got me hotel, two Bristol. Yeah, I got it. Check one. Thank you. Sir, when you're ready. I may go ahead and fire it up.
And there they are, a tradition at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the releasing of the balloons, 27,000 of them becoming airborne. Tony Stewart has won this race 2 times before. In his final Brickyard starts, could he get the 3rd? We'll talk to him on the pace laps when we come back.
Jenkins, you ready to go racing? Well, another incredible pre-race festive. Oh man, that was just awesome. And yes, no place I'd rather be than right here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we get ready for another Brickyard 400.
Track temperatures are going up. It was 144 degrees about an hour ago. We'll check, get an update on that, but that is an awfully hot racetrack. These drivers are going to have to really work to stay cool. They do have some cooling system in their helmets.
Yeah, I thought that most drivers would have a full cool suit that they wore to keep them a little bit cooler in the cockpit, but that's not the case. Only a couple of drivers. I know Jimmie Johnson wears a cool suit, and maybe one other, but everybody else just toughs it out in that cockpit where we know that the temperature can reach well above 100 degrees. I think we saw 115, 113 or whatever yesterday during the race, and it'll probably be hotter today. So these drivers have a lot of work ahead of them in a very hot condition. However, once the green flag falls, I think you probably kind of forget about the conditions that you're racing in, and you go toward the front.
Just moments away from turning the field loose, you can see the NASCAR officials out there holding the cars for the moment. The field will be pulling away. We will watch 31-year-old Kyle Busch up front for this race in the number 18 Skittles Toyota. Joe Gibbs Racing crew chief Adam Stevens as they prepare.
NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Golden Corral's Premium Weekends, prime rib, new coconut shrimp, and more, just $13.99. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
Race day at Indianapolis. Those words bring anticipation and conjure up vivid memories. Like that day 22 years ago when a kid whose racing roots were sown just up the road from here took that first Brickyard.
Jeff Gordon is about to write his name in the racing history books. Winner of the inaugural Brickyard 400.
From that milestone win, he took the sport to new heights.
This guy's a champion, and today he joins the ranks of the legends.
He said goodbye last fall, but fate had other plans. Fellow champion Tony Stewart grew up in Columbus, Indiana. He too dreamed of winning at Indy, and it came true.
Tony Stewart, a native Hoosier, his dream comes true. You are the man! Woo!
Now he's ready for his final ride at a place he holds so dear. For more than 2 decades, these 2 champions have fueled the legend of their home track. Today, they both get one more chance for an encore in the Brickyard 400.
Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we get ready for Sprint Cup Series racing from the Brickyard. A ceremonial first pace lap for the Sprint Cup cars, and it's being led by Tony Stewart, the Rushville, Indiana native, making his final Brickyard 400 start. Let's chat with him on this ceremonial lap.
Hey, Tony, Jeff Burton, NBCSN booth, you with us?
Yeah, bud.
Well, what a great honor, you leading the field before the race starts. Tell us, as you enter your last Brickyard 400, what are your emotions right now?
Well, wish I could say it was reminiscent and thinking about all the past, but to be honest, I'm honestly really focused on trying to win this race here. I think we got a great Mobil 1 Chevy Performance Chevrolet here. I want to go out there and do the best we can today. I think we got a shot at this thing.
You've been fast in every practice, qualified well. What's the biggest challenge to winning today?
Just finding out what this thing is really going to do truly on long runs. I mean, nobody really ran more than about 10 laps at a time, so we got to go about 30 laps here today. So we just got to stay up with the balance. I mean, we're at the hottest part of the day right now. It's going to get cooler, and the track's going to get more grip as the day goes on. So we just got to stay up with it, try to stay balanced.
Well, Tony, thank you for letting us ride around in this special moment. We'll all be watching. Good luck.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Glad you guys are with us.
And you can see the temperature in the car. We've talked about how the heat will become a factor in today's race. Over 113 degrees inside the car, and that's just tooling around right now at pace car speed. Today's starting grid is brought to you by Golden Corral. Up front, Kyle Busch won the pole once again. The Las Vegas native, the defending Brickyard 400 winner, will start next to Carl Edwards.
Start right behind him in row 2, the two-time Brickyard 400 winner, Tony Stewart. Starting next to this year's Daytona 500 winner, Denny Hamlin.
And in row 3, we have Team Penske's own driver, Brad Keselowski, starting next to South Bend, Indiana's own Ryan Newman.
Back in row 4, it's Kevin Harvick. He was the 2003 Brickyard 400 winner.
Row 5, Jamie McMurray, 2010 Brickyard 400 winner, starting next to Kyle Larson.
In row 6, we have Kurt Busch. He was actually the 2014 Indy 500 Rookie of the Race.
Back in row 7, it's Joey Logano and Jimmy Johnson. Johnson has won 4 times here in the Brickyard.
Chase Elliott, whose dad Bill won here in 2002, starting next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in row 8.
We have Ryan Blaney starting next to Matt Kenseth in row 9. Matt Kenseth is a 2-time runner-up in the Brickyard 400.
Back in row 10, it's Vancouver, Washington's Greg Biffle next to Trevor Bayne out of Knoxville, Tennessee.
Row 11, 5-time Brickyard 400 winner Jeff Gordon, starting next to Chris Buescher.
Row 12 has the 2011 Brickyard 400 winner Paul Menard, starting next to the first woman to ever lead the Indianapolis 500, Danica Patrick.
In row 13, A.J. Allmendinger and Casey Kane. Casey actually a runner-up in the 2005 Brickyard.
Row 14, we have Michael McDowell, who's in his 7th Brickyard 400 start, and David Reagan.
Row 15, we have Eric Almirola and Matt DiBenedetto, who's actually doing double duty this weekend.
Back in row 16, it's Clint Boyer and Brian Scott. Brian Scott out of Boise, Idaho.
Row 17, Landon Castle and Casey Mears, whose Uncle Rick won the Indy 500 4 times.
Row 18, we have Cole Witt and Ryan Ellis. Ryan Ellis making his first ever start here at the Brickyard.
Back in row 19, it's Regan Smith and Michael Annett. He'll be making his 2nd Brickyard start today.
Row 20, we have Reed Sorensen, his 5th Brickyard 400, starting next to Patrick Carpentier.
We're going to ride along with a few different drivers, including the 13 of Casey Mears. He has the Geico onboard camera. We'll start in row 17. The Chevy in-car camera will be carried around by the 88 of Jeff Gordon. He starts 21st. Ryan Blaney in the 21 has the Ford onboard camera, starting 17th today. Martin Truex Jr. with the Sprint onboard camera will start in row 4. And right next to him will be the 4 of Kevin Harvick, also carrying one of our cameras. Tony Stewart up in row number 2. He will start 3rd today with the Coca-Cola onboard camera. And Kyle Busch has the best view of anyone at the Brickyard. He has the Toyota onboard camera starting on pole. For some of the storylines that we'll be following from pit road, let's go to Dave Burns.
And Rick, race cars do not like extra weight. So when I talked to Rodney Childers today and he told me about 3 pounds that had been added to the 4 car, I questioned it. Then he told me it was for a fan. It was for an extra fan behind Kevin Harvick's right foot to pull air back, to help the system down below. Remember, he burned his heels at Sonoma. He's hoping that'll help him today, Marty.
Dave, if there's one race team excited to get this race underway, it's certainly Martin Truex Jr. and his team. Why? Because the disappointment last week at New Hampshire, remember they had a shifter problem. It broke late in the race after they led so many laps at New Hampshire last week. Cole Byrne told me that the part that broke has been remanufactured and re-engineered. It should not be a problem moving forward. In terms of how the team is, Byrne told me, he said, listen, we're getting some tough skin around here. We're used to leading a lot of laps and not having success, but we need to turn that around. Kelly?
Marty, Jimmie Johnson and the 48 team looking to reverse their trend. They have finished outside the top 10 the last 6 races. Well, Indy could be just the place to do it. A win here today would tie the 6-time champion with Jeff Gordon for the most ever Brickyard 400 wins. That number is 5. Jimmie Johnson today starts from the lucky number 13. Mike?
Kelly, Jimmy's teammate, Casey Kane, is also looking to rebound a bit, but talking to him after qualifying, you definitely got a sense of disappointment. He felt like he had a much better race car than where they ended up. They'll roll off 26 today. Because of that, as crew chief Keith Rodman told me this morning, the only way we're going to be able to get to the front is by using strategy. And strategy is something you'll see from a lot of drivers and starting mid-pack today. It could get awfully interesting down here, guys.
And I'm sure you guys will be all over it. Thanks a lot, Mike. Aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods, giving us a great vantage point of this huge facility, this historic venue, racing for over a century. Let's take a closer look at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with today's Track Facts brought to you by GE. A 400-mile race, that is 160 laps. Pit road speed, they will roll it all the way down to 55 miles per hour. And Steve, the fuel window, 36 to 39 laps, but as Mike just mentioned, strategy could come into play early in this race.
Strategy, I believe, will come into play early, Rick, and often. It's going to be very confusing to try to follow because there's a lot of different ways to run this race. And as we see how narrow this track can be, if you're not in the first or second row, the crew chiefs have to get creative to give their team and their driver the best opportunity at the end of 160 laps.
Starting back at 21st is the 88 of Jeff Gordon, driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Just moments ago, this is what they had to say on the radio.
You know, Dale was thinking of you. I'm glad you're making some progress this week. I appreciate your patience and, you know, hope for a speedy recovery, but on your time frame. Jeff, thanks for filling in for the next 2 weeks. I appreciate all you have done Friday and Saturday, and, you know, looking forward to what we can do today.
And all of you now know, obviously, that Dale Earnhardt Jr. can listen into the radio. He can listen into the communication, just like all the fans can. They can listen into the communication between driver, spotter, and crew chief. And, of course, everyone knows that Dale Jr. is focused on this race as he is continuing to recover. The field 2x2 as they come up to the yard of bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, led by Kyle Busch, who won this race 1 year ago. Carl Edwards, his teammate, will start on the outside of row number 1. Tony Stewart making his final Brickyard 400 start on the inside of row 2. Green flags in the air, we're underway. Great start for Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin now fighting with his teammate, trying to take the second spot away. Hamlin and Edwards side by side. Here comes Stewart almost to the grass as he tries to make the pass for second. He takes it away as they go to 3.
Clear, hell yeah.
What a run Tony Stewart had coming out of 2. Takes the second spot away as they went into 3 and 4.
You don't think Tony Stewart wants to win this race? 3 wide on lap 1. I can promise you what this race means to him.
Kevin Harvick moving out of line, trying to hold off the 3 of Austin Dillon. Jimmie Johnson on the inside of 2 wide. Kyle Larson outside of him in the 42.
And Rick, that's what makes this facility so unique. As you see right here, the 22 of Joey Logano going by the 42 of Kyle Larson, and Chase Elliott's going to try to fill that hole as well. These 4, while they look the same, 90-degree corners do not drive the same. And how you get off of turns 2 and turn 4 to go down these long front and back straightaways, you're going to see a lot of late maneuvers, pulling out of line, trying to dive to the inside, entering turns 1 and 3.
so important to get off of one well, get off of two, get off of four well, because they lead to those long straightaways that you just talked about, Steve. If you lose your momentum, they're going to go by you. So on these restarts, we saw early in the race, we saw Carl Edwards, who's had a fast car, on that first lap when he got 3 wide, he lost his momentum, and now he's gone all the way back to 6th place. So you have to find a way to keep your momentum up as we're 3 wide again.
3 wide, and that's Greg Biffle making the pass on Matt Kenseth. Kenseth way up the racetrack. Kenseth having to catch that number 20 as it shot up the racetrack. Kasey Kahne able to get by in the 5, and here comes Jeff Gordon in the 88.
See Matt Kenseth, how loose he was right there. Jeff Gordon got right behind. He took the air off his rear spoiler, made the back of the car, the 20 car, move around a lot. Jeff Gordon takes the spot.
Momentum so critical, and it's all set up normally at the opposite end of the racetrack. When you enter either turn 1 or turn 3, you can make the run on either the front stretch or the back stretch to make those passes.
Rick, such a fast racetrack. You see these cars here now coming onto the front stretch nose to tail. This front straightaway is long and narrow, and in person, it just amazes me how fast they go coming into turn 1.
Upwards of 205 miles an hour. We've seen some cars getting into 1 and 3.
So look at Matt Kenseth. He goes in behind Greg Biffle. When he does, the air gets taken off his car. The 17 behind him. We got a caution right now.
Caution on the racetrack early, and it wasn't for that 20 moving. It looks as though for Matt DiBenedetto in the 83, he has damage to the right side of that car.
There's definitely some smoke coming out of the back of the 83. I don't know if there's fluid or a tire rub.
Protect active.
So you heard him say oil protect active. So basically what that is the program in the ECU the engine builders create. So if you lose oil pressure, the driver can't leave the car running, can't damage the engine anymore. So if that's the issue, you heard him say, I think we blew up. You see right here, he's just kind of the second half of the front straightaway here. Very fast part. The smoke pours out of the back of the race car. Looks like oil smoke to me, Jeff. Definitely an engine issue or at least an oil leak on the 83.
Yeah, no question. And only lap floor. This sets up some decisions some teams are going to have to make in regard to pit strategy. You would certainly think that some cars back in the pack would certainly pit with nothing to lose, but it's going to be really interesting to see what this caution causes the front cars to do if they're going to pit or not.
Well, this is really a big advantage for teams running maybe 6th to 15th. You know, the goal is to run this a little bit like a road course, start pitting early, maybe even lap 10 or 12. But to do that, Rick, you have to be within touch of the leader. To not lose a lap here in Indianapolis, you have to be within about 10 seconds of the leader. If you're behind that, you lose a lap. Very hard to call your driver to pit road. So bunching up this field again early definitely changes the opportunities for some of these teams.
And don't forget, this is the first time that these cars have pitted with more speed in sections. So we've had some problems with the cars trying to go down pit road using those timing lines to their advantage. We saw it with Martin Truex several weeks ago. So NASCAR in response has put more speed loops in. So it's going to be way easier to get caught speeding. The teams are not going to be able to manipulate those lines and speed into their pit boxes. So this is the first time we've seen that. These drivers are going to have to be careful because anytime you have short sections, it's much easier to get caught speeding.
With the caution coming out, let's take a look at Ram's guts and glory.
Rick, we talk about pit strategy. The most aggressive pit strategy I can think of is racing less like a road course, which means you can run about 38 laps. We go from lap 200 back. What that means is the first stop is going to come at lap 8. Second stop at 46, 84, and 122. That is very aggressive. An ill-timed caution, a bad restart, speeding on pit road, any of that would completely kill this strategy. But if you're a car mired back in the pack and you think you could do something to try to win this race, that would be the aggressive strategy to take.
And just a reminder, it's 160 laps is this race, only 400 miles. So that's the number that they were shooting from backwards. 160, it went back to 122, and then on back from there. And it looks as though maybe a couple at the very back of the field are going to take advantage of this caution to come to pit road. We'll be back for the green flag after this. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, and by STP. Get ultra performance with STP Ultra 5-in-1 Fuel System Cleaner. Most wins at Indianapolis, presented by Sprint. Jeff Gordon holds that honor with 5 Brickyard 400 wins. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Mike.
Well, Rick, keep in mind for Jeff Gordon, this is the first time he's ever driven a Sprint Cup Series car that's not numbered 24. So the team made sure that he was aware of where to stop on pit road.
That's big bright for us at 88. Yeah, once I get in the rhythm with that, we should be good. But first couple times, definitely remind me of that 88, son. Therefore, I will.
And adding to the degree of difficulty, Jeff will actually have to go by the 24 pit stall. It's actually 2 stalls before the 88 pit stall, so he'll see that sign first.
Nobody would ever miss their pit stall, would they, Jeff?
Well, I would tell you that when I drove the 99 car forever, and the first time I drove the 31 car, I pulled into the 31 pit. So it is, and I think the point about the 24 just being 2 boxes away, the 24 box being 2 boxes away, he's going to see that. He's going to see that number, and his first instinct is going to be, to go to that box. So the good thing is they've talked about it. So the spotter knows it, he knows it. Now there should be a tremendous amount of communication to prevent that problem from happening.
Rick, it always amazes me when we talk about strategy and how to be aggressive. I was thinking, you showed the graphic earlier about pitting really early at lap 8 or lap 9, but as I watched some of these competitors ride around on the yellow, listening to them shutting the car off, saving fuel, it would be a long shot, but if you could get, say, 39 laps on a tank, save a few laps under this caution, a few laps on another caution, perhaps you could eliminate a whole pit stop to this race and really only stop 3 times. That would be a huge gamble, but it's the Brickyard 400. And if you're ever going to gamble to win a race, the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400 have to be at the top of the list.
Some may have to do that to try to get by Kyle Busch. A few clouds in the area, but 93 degrees, the humidity high. It feels like 107 degrees. And I know a lot of people hoping that some cloud cover does pass over. It gives them a little more grip on the racetrack. The track temperature extremely hot as well. The 14 was just talking on the radio moments ago. Let's listen in.
Do you still have your fans on? You shut them off under caution here? I've got everything on here as hot as this. I'm trying to just keep everything cool.
Good thing is moving a little bit has brought the temperature down in the cockpit of the car. Now it's 110 degrees in there.
Down to 110 degrees.
It was 113 earlier.
This is an exceptionally hot race. This race is always hot. As hot as it is, this is the 3rd hottest 400 ever. So this race, when you come here, you know it's going to be hot, and it's a challenge. This race, I think, is always, for the driver, one of the hottest races of the year.
There are long straightaways, a lot of wide open throttle time, and the cars run so sealed to the pavement, there's just very little air moving. So even if it's not really hot outside, it's already hot inside the car, on a day like today, it's even worse.
2x2 once again. They come onto the front straight. Kyle Busch and now Tony Stewart making up row 1. Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, Carl Edwards, Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman as they get ready to enter the restart zone. Kyle Busch setting the pace once again at the Brickyard. Busch rockets ahead of the field. Tony Stewart holds on to second. Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards, and Brad Keselowski chasing after that 18 of Kyle Busch. And look at the crowd behind him. 3 and 4 wide as they get ready to enter turn
3. These cars, they're side by side. When you're going into turn 4 right here, these 2 cars side by side, they need to get it cleared out before they get there. If not, when you run through there side by side, you lose so much momentum. So watch these cars right here, they're going to be 3 wide now because of that lost momentum off of turn 4.
Yeah, you mentioned if the 24 was stuck on the outside, he's going to lose at least 2, maybe 3 spots getting into turn 1.
There's a big block by the 3 of Austin Dillon to prevent it from being 3 wide, but the you said, Chase Elliott, he just lost all that momentum by being side by side. Again, here we see it again. Got to find a way to get singled up.
Well, now Jeff Gordon's going to think, I'm going to get Chase Elliott here and the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that bright orange Sunny D machine.
Imagine the feeling right now. Jeff Gordon just went by the 24 car. Not sure he could say he's done that too many times in his career.
And you can see how tight the battle is and how intense it is. All these spots on restarts, you have to fight hard. I mean, it's very hard to pass this racetrack. And you just have got to push.
And you can see the intensity early. Remember, we're only 10 laps into a 160-lap race. You know, normally when we see this, we see another 3 wide. A.J. Allmendinger goes all the way to the bottom of the front stretch trying to clear both cars. And Danica Patrick's going to try to follow him through. She thinks better of it, backs out, and lets the 24 in line.
That still leaves Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 17 hung out.
But see what happened. Danica Patrick lost some aggression there for just a moment, thought better of it, and the 95 turn underneath her hurt her progression.
Slowed her down just a bit as now she has the momentum once again, trying to get by that 95 of Michael McDowell. Just behind her, the 34 of Chris Buescher of Prosper, Texas, staying right on the back bumper of Danica Patrick.
And Chris Buescher pulled the 15 of Clint Boyer through with him as well.
Danica, one of the crowd favorites when she comes back to Indianapolis every year. Tony Stewart trying to hang on to second. That's second, third, and fourth all together as Kevin Harvick has closed the gap now. Jimmy Johnson, number 4, running in that 4th spot as Denny Hamlin looks to the inside of Tony Stewart.
You see Denny Hamlin make that early turn to get it inside of Stewart. He wasn't doing it thinking he was going to pass him. He was doing it trying to get air on his car, to try to make more downforce, to make his car drive better. And that's why it's so hard to pass here. You need that air on your car. But when you turn early like that, it makes the car way too tight. It won't turn, or it makes it looser. You need to stay against the wall and make the turn like they're doing now. But when you do that, you lose all the air on your car. So that's why it's so challenging here at Indy. And that's why you see them on restarts have to be so aggressive.
There's such a balance between offense and defense, Rick. You have the 11 right here of Denny Hamlin looking to pass the 14 of Tony Stewart. Well, on the left-hand side of your screen, that's Kevin Harvick. Where is he riding? Right behind the 11, just waiting to jump at the opportunity. If the 11 makes a move and it doesn't work, it can slow down the 11 and the 14. We'll see Kevin Harvick try to pass them both.
Kyle Busch already has a 3.2 second lead after this restart. He looked to be saving a little bit of fuel under the first caution, but now obviously he's not worried about fuel at all. He's going out there trying to get everything he can. Is that because he doesn't want guys to short pit on him right now?
Yeah, we mentioned that aggressive strategy. Will do that. You have to be within a certain distance of the leader, around 10 seconds. So Kyle Busch's only defense to that is to set the fastest pace he can to lead this race. And with a 4-second lead early, it looks to be pretty clear that that's Kyle Busch's plan.
As you mentioned, if they're within about 10 seconds, right now that would be the 13 of Ryan Newman, who's 10 seconds behind Kyle Busch. Marty.
And Rick, I talked to Adam Stevens about what you guys were talking about this morning, and he argued that for Kyle Busch, maybe the first run of the day might be the most important run of the day. That time you're talking about, Steve, is what crew chiefs call the delta. You know all about that. It's about 11 seconds. The more cars they can put more than 11 seconds down on this first run, the more cars they eliminate that can play the strategy game against the 18. So Adam Stevens told Kyle Busch, go as hard as you can from the drop of the green flag this entire first run, because they want to take as many cars as they can out of the game, right, Steve?
Absolutely. This is going to be a chess match all day long between the different crew chiefs. But how about the pace Kyle Busch is setting? From lap 10 to lap 13, he's extended his lead to over 4 seconds. That is the best thing he can do. And you can see, I won't say he's not driving hard, but he looks like he's driving pretty comfortable. Not a lot of wheel or movement in the wheel, Jeff. It looks to be handling reasonably well. Look at that lead.
Well, remember what Kevin Harvick's wheel looked like. Remember how much wheel input that he had to have in his car when we were riding along with him. And some of that is because, you know, obviously Kyle Busch is in clean air. There's nobody around him, as opposed to Kevin Harvick. He's right behind people, and his car is not going to drive as well as Kyle Busch is. So, you know, yes, it did look much easier. He's hard to drive, I can promise you, but he wasn't having as hard of a time as Kevin Harvick was.
For an update on the guy running second, let's go to Dave Burns.
And Rick, that gap has grown because Tony Stewart's car is not good right now. It really started off pretty good. The entry and the exit are fine, but he just radioed to his crew and said, Bud, this car is really, 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 really tight. That means it won't turn in the center of the corner. That's why they're stacking up behind him. Marty?
Dave, under the last caution, Denny Hamlin told Mike Wheeler, I think we can get the 14 car within a lap or two, but they've been sitting here in third and cannot pass Tony Stewart. And also a little bit of concern maybe about the engine. Listen in on the radio.
I do have a little bit of a blurb or hiccup in my engine right as I try to get back to max gas quick off the corner. Is it early part throttle or wide open? It's kind of right as I'm slamming the gas. It's just kind of, it makes a big pop and then it goes.
And you see Hamlin and Harvick finally make that pass for second and for third. So not a lot of concern in the 11 camp, but he definitely wanted Mike Wheeler to know about that pop in the engine. Kelly?
Brad Keselowski has 4 wins this season. One of those gave Team Penske its 100th win, but his crew chief, Paul Wolf, told me to win here would be way bigger than that. In fact, he got a phone call from Roger Penske himself on Wednesday, who reminded Paul, hey, this is one of those races we have yet to win together. Right now, Brad's saying that his car is just a little bit free on entry and definitely free on exit. Mike?
Kelly, as Jeff Gordon has acclimated himself with the 88 race team, he has been inseparable from crew chief Greg Ives. After practice yesterday, or 2 days ago, he sat with him for 45 minutes after practice was complete. Ives said he just wanted to completely go over data and told Ives, I just want the car to be perfect. Not exactly perfect right now, a little bit loose in turn 1, tight everywhere else. Rick?
The blistering pace that Kyle Busch is setting now has only 11 cars within 11 seconds of what he has run. Kyle Busch dominating at Indy. Get your NASCAR coverage when you're on the go with NASCAR Mobile. The official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can also listen to drivers and teams discuss race strategy You can download it for free at NASCAR.com/mobile. Welcome back to the Crown Royal presents the Combat Wounded Coalition 400 at the Brickyard. Kyle Busch, a dominant performance early, has a 5-second lead over second place Denny Hamlin, but now only 6 drivers are within 10 seconds of Kyle Busch. That means that Tony Stewart, running 6th, is the closest as far as under that delta number that we talked about. If he were to come to pit road, he potentially could still stay out in front of Kyle without going a lap down.
Yeah, we keep using that word delta. What it basically means is this. The lap times around Indianapolis takes 52 to 53 seconds as you see Kyle Larson trying to make a move on Tony Stewart. Well, if you take the 78, for instance, Cole Pearn on top of the pit box for Martin Truex Jr. likes to be aggressive with his pit strategy. Well, Martin Truex is currently 10.5 seconds behind the leader. So if Martin Truex hits pit road right now, they have an efficient pit stop, get on and off pit road really good. That usually takes around 42 seconds. You add that to his 10-second deficit, he's going to come out right around the leader, Kyle Busch. The goal is to stay up in front of the leader, because remember, if the caution comes out then, the whole field pits, the 78 would be the leader. If he comes out behind Kyle Busch and the caution comes out, Marty, well, that kills the whole strategy, because then you're a lap down.
Well, it's funny, Cole Pearn and I were talking about that very thing this morning. You see him looking underneath Kyle Larson trying to get that next spot, and he said that he would be willing to do something because he thought that might be the only way to keep up with the 18 this afternoon. It's been a struggle for the 78 team this weekend, and that surprised them. In the Indy test 2 weeks ago, they were probably the best car. But as Cole Pearn told me, the track completely changed between the test and now. All the setup notes they did during the test, they pretty much went in the garbage this weekend. They had to borrow some setup things from Denny Hamlin, also Carl Edwards as well. Car a little too tight right now for Martin Truex Jr., Kelly.
Jimmie Johnson and the 48 team know what a big race the Brickyard 400 is, so they brought a brand new race car to this track. Jimmy started 13th. He's moved inside the top 10, as you see there, but he just told his crew chief, Chad Knaus, that he's getting a little bit free in traffic, so Stevie said he turned off his fans to see if that helps. Help me understand how that can make a difference in the car.
Well, basically, Kelly, what these drivers have is they have different fans. Some are to cool the front tires, some are just to move air underneath the front of the car. So Chad Knaus and Jimmie Johnson must believe that turning those fans off either A, shift the aerodynamic balance to be tighter, or B, stop cooling the front tire, actually asking for the air pressure to build up in the front tires, making the car a little bit tighter. What you have to be careful of, though, Jeff, if that does help, you've now pushed the car into a tight direction. It might not come back.
Yeah, that's right. You get that right front, get the right front heated up, a lot of air pressure built in it. It's hard to get the right front to work. We're getting close to pit stop, so we're not that far away. So I think now you just got to make the car drive the best you can and don't really worry about the long run consequences.
After the last restart, Tony Stewart had started up front and now has fallen all the way back to 8th. Dave, what's going on?
Rick, he's used all the words that drivers use to describe how tight the race car is. Plowing, won't turn the center, and he was asked if he could lift early going into the corners. Jeff, I know that's one technique you can use to sometimes help it, but he said, I've tried that, and it's been no help.
Now we see Martin Truex Jr. trying to come to pit road before anyone else. And when he did come to pit road, right around that 10-second mark.
Yeah, so now it's all about the pit stop. We have to have Martin Truex be very good on his pit road speed here. But these very long pit boxes, he has to hit his mark, hit his sign, give the pit crew the best opportunity to perform a good pit stop.
Pitted from 8th, Marty.
And that's the most critical part. When Cole Pearn and I were talking about this morning, Steve, he said the guys have to be crystal clear and clean on pit road. He said last weekend in New Hampshire was maybe the best weekend they had all year long, so he's expecting a good stop here. Truex said the car was a little bit tight and air pressure adjustment to loosen him up. Now the biggest key, where does he cycle out in terms of where Kyle Busch is?
Yeah, that's going to be most important, and I can answer that question. Not where he wanted, because Kyle Busch streaked by the 78 entering turn 1, so the 78 is a lap down. We talked about that delta around 10 or 11 seconds. This proves to me that right there is not enough time. He was 11.4 seconds behind the leader. The pit stop looked decent.
Yeah.
Other crew chiefs will pay attention to that as we see more cars on pit road, Rick.
Carl Edwards is down here. Kyle Larson also has made his way to pit road, as well as Matt Kenseth, so quite a few are staying out.
For Larson, it's been a car, Rick, that has been a little bit tight from the center off. They'll make an air pressure adjustment this time. A Ford Goodyear tire change and a Phillips Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Dave, that was the hope that Cole Pearn had hoped for, that everybody else would come to pit road. You see Denny Hamlin leading with an air pressure adjustment to tighten up that car. He said it was really good, just a little free, and his teammate Carl Edwards also leading with a wedge adjustment. He said it was extremely tight at the beginning, but got much better the longer they ran.
Kevin Harvick also rolling down on pit road. All the lead lap cars now making their way onto pit road. Again, it's under green flag conditions. Kelly.
Now you see Jimmy Johnson in that Lowe's 48 car coming. As we said, he was good when he was in clean air. They said he was just getting way too free in traffic and it's building free. 4 tires, fuel, and an air pressure adjustment for the 48, Dave. And
for Kevin Harvick, going the right way this afternoon. The car pretty balanced, but just a little bit tight across the center of the corner. They'll make a 4 tire and fuel change, Mike.
Greg Ives coaching Jeff Gordon into his box, telling him to look for the 88 sign. He hit the box perfectly. A 4 tire change, a wedge adjustment. Sunoco race fuel for Jeff Gordon as they complete the stop, and he's away.
Rick, as all these pit stops happen, though, Kyle Busch stays on the racetrack and continues to make great laps. Oh, and now he's pulled off and decided to come to pit road as well. That's going to help these cars that have committed to pit road not be a lap down.
Marty.
And guys, Kyle Busch coming in, as you talked about, that was the hope for Martin Truex Jr. and everybody else. It started to get a little bit looser the longer he ran, so you're going to see a very small wedge adjustment for Kyle Busch, trying to tighten up just a bit. 4 fresh Goodyear tires as well for the leader, Mike.
Chase Elliott on pit road as well. He's been chasing the nose of the car, having to wait on that. They'll make a wedge adjustment, air pressure, 4 tires in Sunoco race fuel.
Chase Elliott in the 24, also on pit road. The race leader, Brad Keselowski, in the 2, is yet to come to pit road, as well as Joey Logano, Paul Menard, and Brian Scott. Those 4 cars running 1, 2, 3, 4 need to still come to pit road. But again, the pit window, 36 to 38 laps. They can stay out for at least another 8 laps.
Well, and we had a long caution. You know, we talked about the aggressive strategy was to pit early, and then the more I thought about it, maybe the aggressive strategy is to only pit 3 times as we see Paul Menard hit pit road, Kelly.
That's the 2011 winner. He said his car is tight center and loose off. They're going to take some wedge out of the 27 car, put air into the right rear tire. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for Paul Menard.
So Rick, as I was saying, as we see Paul Menard leave pit road, Brad Keselowski, Paul Wolfe, they love to play this fuel strategy game. Perhaps he's going to stay on the racetrack and try to go. He's pointing the 5 by. He knows he's slower. He's on older tires. Make this a 3-stop race. Now, to do that, they're going to have to get to like lap 38, 39 with pace laps. So that's 10 laps away from right now. He has to be trying that. If not, they wouldn't stay on the racetrack losing this time. See how much time he's given up to new tires? The only reason Paul Wolfe would stay on the racetrack is because he's trying to eliminate an entire pit stop from the race.
So we thought it might be short pitting that would come into play. Maybe it's pitting less is what Brad Keselowski's trying. And welcome back to Indy. And it looks as though Kevin Harvick back on pit road. Why, Dave?
Rick, he believes he has a flat tire in the 4 car. We'll see how they come off here. But he just pitted a little while ago. We reported it. And then he felt something funny in the car. So as the tires come off, right here looks like it has lots of air. Coming around to the right front. That looks like it's aired up too, but they replaced the right sides.
He felt like he had a tire going down. And so, to be cautious, they came to pit road. They were just on pit road less than 5 laps earlier.
So, Rick, we talked about, trying to eliminate a pit stop, and I was talking about Brad Keselowski. He's leading the race. He caught my attention, but it's just not Brad Keselowski. This is a Team Penske is all in the boat in this, because 11 seconds behind the 2 of Brad Keselowski is his Team Penske teammate, the 22 of Joey Logano. Both cars yet to make a pit stop, 32 laps into this run. We mentioned Roger Penske, 16 Indianapolis 500s, never won a Brickyard 400. I think that is playing into this. I think they are doing everything possible to try to win a race, Marty.
And see, the other thing playing into it is that Penske cars haven't had a whole lot of speed this weekend either, so they knew they would have to play strategy of some sort, right? So that's what Todd Gordon is doing here, along with his teammate up front, trying to stretch this as far as they can, saving some fuel here because they have enough time on the racetrack to save fuel. You see that gap between him and Kyle Busch, a massive gap, so they can save fuel right here and gain themselves to a point where they can almost get it done in 3 stops. That's the goal. I just talked to Todd Gordon. He affirmed that is what they're trying to do, so they set it up here early in the race. They're hoping it pays off at lap 160.
But what will kill this strategy is a caution right now, because they need this to go green to their pit stop. If there's a caution right now, they're definitely going to come to pit road, and I would question the cars with 8 or 9 laps on their tires would not come to pit road. So those are the risks. Those are the risks of this strategy. It's easy to say you're going to do it, but it's very hard to do it. And the 4th Kevin Harvick right here, a lap down, he has to push extremely hard to try to unlap himself.
The other thing that I find interesting is that if you want to try to get a Team Penske win, why not split the strategy? Have 2 completely different strategies. No. Why go all in with the same strategy with 2 different cars? That's a little interesting to me. But there's the 4 car. Think about the 4 car. He needs to unlap himself if he can. But if this thing goes green and the 2 Penske car pits, he will still be in the lead lap. He was only 5 seconds behind the 18 of Kyle Busch. So when all this cycles out, if we don't get a caution right now, then he will be back in the lead lap. He obviously lost a lot of positions, but he would not have lost a lap to the 18 car.
And Jeff, he has fresher right side tires, but not because he wanted them. When Greg Zipadelli, team manager, and the rest of the crew looked over the right side tires that came off, they found nothing strange. It was, again, a funny feeling that Kevin felt, and he can't take chances at these speeds.
And listen, that is an awful feeling. When you pit your race car, you pit it because you know you have a problem. There's something wrong. And when they say, hey, there's nothing wrong, we didn't see anything, well, then what do you do the next time you feel something? So that puts the driver in a very difficult position. He didn't pit because he thought everything was great. He thought he had a problem. Hey, no tire problem. Now what do you do?
Car didn't feel right for the 4 of Kevin Harvick, but problems for the 2 car that's out front, Brad Keselowski. They're having communication issues right now with the radio.
Did you say anything? Yeah, I was talking to him. You now hear me? I didn't hear a word you said on either channel, which doesn't mean anything. He may have heard you. If Jefferson heard you, then it's good. I did not hear you either, Paul. Need to know where the track bar affects the car the most in the corner here. I need to know. You need the most. Paul was actually talking to you, but his radio broke.
There's nothing more frustrating than communication issues, especially when you're trying to work this pit strategy. You can't run an extra lap in Indianapolis. It's 2.5 miles. If Paul Wolfe needs Brad Keselowski to pit at lap 38, 39's not an option. You'll run out of gas on the backstretch. You have to be on pit road. I've actually been in this position at Watkins Glen with no radio. I had to have my driver black flag because I couldn't tell him to pit. I had to ask NASCAR, hey, black flag us. I need to come in before we run out of gas.
And don't forget at this racetrack, because it is so big, the spotters, you can't have 1 spotter. You have to have 2 spotters. So normally the communication in that kind of situation now turns between Brad, the driver, and the spotter, because that's the only 2 people that can hear each other. Well, who does it now? Who is the spotter? Because if you're on the front straightaway, the radio may not work on the back straightaway. So it's more confusing for it to happen here or on a road course.
And the fans at home that are looking at the lap count, 37 laps, 38 laps, are doing the math. Very important to remember. 3 pace laps. They didn't count. So this 2 car, Brad Keselowski, has had to run 3 laps at a cautious pace to start the race. You see the 24 Chase Elliott trying to get by the 2 on those fresher tires. But Brad Keselowski and Paul Wolfe, 21 Sprint Cup wins. 5 of those were on a fuel mileage strategy. So this is not outside the box of where they are normally at. They're always aggressive. I love the call. This is what the playoffs drive. Brad Keselowski, he's in the playoffs. Joey Logano, he's in the playoffs. Let's try to win the Brickyard 400.
This team has forced other teams to change their strategies throughout the last couple of years. They have been very aggressive, kind of rewrote the book, pitted when other people wouldn't even consider pitting, and have found ways to make it work. So they are very innovative when it comes to strategy.
We've talked about how big the Brickyard 400 is. I mean, it's what legends are striving for, and Penske has had so much success at all forms of racing, especially here. And in this 50th anniversary season, both Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano have mentioned numerous times what I would love to give Roger Penske is a Brickyard 400 win, since no one has ever been able to do that.
Yeah, if you ever want to be a hero in racing, being a hero within the Team Penske organization, that would be pretty good. And delivering Roger Penske that brick of a trophy they give you for winning the Brickyard 400, that would be special for the entire organization, and whatever team delivered it would definitely be, I mean, it would be huge for the whole company.
And Steve, you have to remember what Roger Penske told us himself in Countdown to Green earlier today. He said the largest unchecked box in Team Penske on the NASCAR side, the lack of a win here at the Brickyard. Believe me, he tells everybody he wants them to win here at Indianapolis. These guys are going to pit in about 2 to 3 laps, both Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski. So Team Penske trying to do it on fuel strategy. And remember, you guys mentioned it, Roush Yates engines have really been the best in the NASCAR garage area this year at saving fuel. They're going to try and do it again.
Well, Rick, if they go 2 or 3 laps, it's a no-brainer. They've run over 40 laps. That's the magic number. So if they could do that with the pace laps, even though they had 4 caution laps built in, I feel really good about their strategy as far as being able to stretch the fuel. The real question comes in, where are the cautions? Remember, we've made a big deal about this strategy. We are at the 1/4 point of this race. Right. 40 laps into a 160-lap race. There are so many ways this strategy can go wrong. This is very, very aggressive.
Another thing we cannot remember, it's been since 1999 that Ford has won this race. And this is a very prestigious race. So not only are they trying to get Roger Penske a win and willing to gamble to do it, they're also trying to get Ford a win, who has been a long time since they won this race.
Kyle Busch has closed the gap. He was about 24 seconds behind Brad Keselowski. Keselowski obviously out in front and probably saving a little bit of fuel, but Kyle Busch now only 17 seconds back from what Keselowski has run. So he's gained about 7 to 8 seconds in this run.
You want to know how fast Kyle Busch is? He has come down pit road, changed tires, gone back on the racetrack, and is only 3 seconds behind catching Joey Logano, who has yet to pit. So he's so fast. He's pitted an extra time and still run his way up almost to the 2nd position.
Yeah, he will probably pass him before Logano pits. He will probably pass him.
We're looking at Brad Keselowski again. They're trying a fuel mileage strategy. He and teammate Joey Logano have not been to pit road yet. They're the only 2 cars that are on this strategy. Everyone else came right around lap 24, 25, and even 27. Kyle Busch was on pit road at lap 27. There's the gap now. When the 2 cars finally pit, that will put Kyle Busch back out in front. And again, Kyle Busch on pit road at lap 27. That was about 14 laps ago.
And you just heard the call, pitting this time. So right now, Joey Logano's got to be thinking about all the things he needs to do getting on pit road. Remember, we talked about it earlier. There are more speeding lines on pit road now, so you have to be careful. You have to err on the side of caution a little bit. The more lines there are on pit road, the easier it is to get caught speeding.
Pit road speed 55 miles an hour. They give them a little grace period. They give them about 5 miles an hour, so they can go 60 on pit road.
But you don't go over 60.
You don't want to go over that mark. And 2 has made its way. Race leader Brad Keselowski now on pit road for his first stop of the race. Kelly.
And Brad Keselowski has now led laps in 5 of the last 6 starts here. He's saying his car was getting loose on exit, especially off of turn number 2. He was saving as much fuel as he could, backing up his exit. He said they asked for a chassis adjustment. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment as well. It'll be 4 tires with Sunoco fuel for Brad Keselowski.
Great stop. 50 years of racing on board with the 22 of Joey Logano as he comes in for his stop now. Logano right in front of Marty Snider.
And Rick, he said, make a decent adjustment here. He said, I'm really bad in 1 and 2. I have maxed out the track bar. You saw the tire changer coming around the rear end, had a little bit of problem getting around the back of the car, but they're not worried about that. They're worried about all the Sunoco fuel this car can stand. Also, the wedge adjustment to make the car a little bit looser for Joey Logano. Packed it full of fuel, of course.
2 Penske cars have been to pit road now. That means the entire field has made its way onto pit road, and back out in front is Kyle Busch, leading by about 4 seconds over Denny Hamlin. Aggressive pit strategy has put Brad Keselowski in a little bit of a winning position, maybe for Penske today. We'll see if the strategy works. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Thrivent Financial, driven by inspiration. Visit ThriventRacing.com to learn more. Michael McDowell, driver of the number 95 Thrivent Financial Chevy, recently had a chance to tour the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, where he reminisced and discussed memorable races and drivers that have impacted his racing career. Michael's open-wheel history has always made the Brickyard a special place to him. View the full tour video. Visit ThriventRacing.com and follow Thrivent Racing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Great walk down memory lane for Michael McDowell. Watch every Sprint Cup Series race with the NBC Sports app. Get a closer look with additional camera angles, driver stats, and track information available on mobile, tablet, and connected TVs. Download the app and find out more at NBCSports.com/live. There's Michael McDowell out on the track, and he's currently 28th. He's a lap down, and a few others about to go a lap down as Kyle Busch continues to set just a blistering pace here. Kyle has about a 4-second lead over teammates Denny Hamlin, Carl Edwards, Martin Truex Jr. for Toyota's running up front. But we have to keep our eye on Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano, because those two are on a totally different strategy where they're trying to stretch the fuel mileage and see if they can get to the checkered flag with one less pit stop than everyone else.
And I think the key to all this strategy is that they've talked so much about the speed of the 18 car, the 11 car, the 19. They don't think that they can run as quick as they can, so they're trying to find a way. So the problem is the cars don't drive as well. So having your car drive here so you can make lap time is so vitally important.
One driver who tried to make some adjustments on pit road just recently was the 48 of Jimmie Johnson. As we look at our NASCAR Heat Evolution, they made some changes to the front end, Steve.
Yeah, we always talk about wedge and track bar and these different adjustments. Well, right here we see the splitter up in the air, the dirty air underneath the splitter. So the goal is you want the splitter as close to the racetrack as possible to make downforce. So as we lower the splitter here in the wind tunnel, you'll see that stream of air underneath the splitter, much more precise, making front downforce. So the 48 actually made this adjustment on a pit stop, Jeff.
That's right, trying to make their car drive better so they can make more lap time and get this air underneath the car smooth and clean, more front downforce, make the car faster. They came down pit road. Look at the right front tire changer. As he pulls the tire off, he reaches in, he grabs a packer, grabs it on the right front. What that allows the car to do is to travel more. Watch the left front, does the same thing. So what they've done now is they've lowered the entire front of the car trying to make that front downforce.
And Rick, a packer sounds complicated. It's very simple. It's just the shim and the bump stop. The more shim, the higher the car. You pull the shim, the car rides lower. Planning ahead. Chad Knaus and the 48 of Jimmie Johnson. Those are not things that are easily removed unless you plan ahead before you ever put your car in the race. They have to have either a handle on them, the way they're installed. So you see these teams, they start races with a lot of plans to fix their car. You see the 48 hopefully get it to turn a little bit better.
With more on the 4-time winner of this race, Kelly.
Well, kind of a comical mistake here at the Brickyard for Jimmie Johnson. Every pit box, every pit stall has the driver's name written out on it for the fans to see. Well, Jimmie, J-I-M-M-I-E, Johnson's pit box was spelled J-I-M-M-Y. They quickly rectified the issue. Jimmie laughing it off the whole time. And when I rode around with him on the truck on the ride along today, he actually told me a better misspelling story. The first time he ever had a die-cast car made of his own car, he was so excited to see it. He said we had made all the approvals, couldn't wait to get it, opened up the box, and there it was, J-I-M-M-Y Johnson, written on his first ever die-cast car. He said it was embarrassing at the time. Now those are become quite collectible and highly sought after.
Absolutely. Nobody wants their name spelled wrong, especially a 6-time champion like Jimmie Johnson. Jimmie Johnson currently running in the 5th position, top 5 performance early in this run. Still only 51 laps completed, the 160 schedule.
And behind him is a car that has been on a charge. You know, the 20 car of Matt Kenseth, he did not qualify well, started 18th, worked his way up to 12th before the pit cycle started. Now he's worked his way up to 6th. So another one of these Joe Gibbs racing cars that we've talked about having speed. We talk about it being very difficult to pass on this racetrack, but Matt Kenseth's an example. If you have a fast car, you can find your way toward the front.
And we mentioned Joe Gibbs Racing and their successes. Martin Truex Jr. and the 78 team have an alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing, and right now the top 6 positions are held by all 5 of those drivers. 4 Joe Gibbs Racing drivers and Martin Truex Jr. Very strong right now at Indianapolis. Ryan Blaney in the 21, just in front of Ryan Newman in the 31. Those two fighting for the 11th spot on the racetrack.
Newman and his team aren't very pleased right now. By looking at lap times yesterday, I thought they had a fast car. I thought they had a top 5 car, but they just haven't been able to find their way. They actually started 6th, and they worked their way back to 13th. So expect some major changes coming for this team with the 31.
How does the pit strategy have to work for Keselowski and Logano to have success?
Well,
no cautions?
They got
to be lucky.
Ill-timed caution. Basically, the risk, the danger time for those 2 Team Penske Fords is when the 18 of Kyle Busch pits. Between that and when the Penske cars pit, there can't be a yellow. That will ruin the strategy.
37 laps out in front, and it looks as though a caution will come out as Greg Biffle slams the right side of his car into the wall.
That is a heavy impact right there.
A lot of damage to the right side of that car. It happens quickly here at Indianapolis. You're carrying so much speed through these 90-degree turns. Kelly.
What a shame for Greg Biffle, who had 3 straight top 10 finishes coming into this. He had initially asked the team to tighten him up a little bit, but after that pit stop, he said he had 0 turn in the car. He said it was plowing, and now he's obviously made heavy contact with the wall.
Danica Patrick will get the free pass as we see Greg Biffle still trying to roll toward pit road.
Access road down the fence.
Take a look up against the wall already. The 16 of Greg Biffle bringing out just the second caution of the day at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Again, a quick reminder, don't mean to sound like your mom, but you need to hydrate. Yeah. Just a friendly reminder, everybody, make sure you hydrate and check on those around you. Okay, check on those around you. We have some great stations where you can stop and cool off. Make sure you do just that. Keep it on the scene down here. Appears that it's maybe opening here at the last minute. Here on the video board, you can see whatever location you're in, that there is air conditioning, misting stations. We have these Indigo.
In the arena, there is no law. Remember, defeat him and you'll defeat an empire.
Go, go, go!
Great look at some classic NASCAR rivalry footage with today's race rundown, brought to you by Ben-Hur in theaters August 19th. Marty.
Pit stops coming fast and furious for Martin Truex Jr. He said he's a little bit tight, but much better on that run. He's going to take 4 Goodyear tires here. You see him top left of your screen. For Carl Edwards, a long debate on the radio. He said, if it's a short run, we're not going to win this race. And they debated on putting a Packer in that car. They're not going to do that. Denny Hamlin, his teammate, top right, he said his car is very good in clean air, but in traffic, the track bar has to be so high that he can't run as well as he would like to. Brad Keselowski leads pit road. Kyle Busch with a slight air pressure change and 4 tires for him. Keselowski, though, wins that race off pit road, Rick.
2 tires. Again, they were only on the track about 11 laps since they had been on pit road. Joey Logano stays out to try the strategy of fuel mileage. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Ford. We go further so you can. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And not the sparked show that Greg Biffle wanted today, racing for his father, Jack Biffle, who passed away earlier this week. NASCAR Race View gives you access to features that let you follow your favorite driver as if you're at the track. Get live stats, leaderboards, driver and team communications, and more, all on your devices. It's available now for an all-new low price when you visit NASCAR.com/raceview. Welcome back to the Crown Royal presents the Combat Wounded Coalition 400 at the Brickyard. Marty.
Rick, Todd Gordon made the call to leave Joey Logano out on the racetrack. Is this just a matter of you sticking to your strategy and any question of whether or not you were going to stick to it, Todd?
Well, there's always questions, but we felt like we could do this on 3 stops today with the cautions falling right. So far, we've gotten to where we needed to. Got to find a little more speed in our car, but we'll do that on the next 2 stops.
Does it mean that you've kind of made this bet and you're sticking with it the entire day then with the 3-stop strategy?
Yeah, I mean, the way it's hard to hear you there, but the way pit road is here in the cycle you can do, the penalty is not as big, and I think as hard as it is to pass, that limiting your time on pit road can put you in the best position.
That's the plan for the 22. 3 stops today, and that's it, Kelly.
And Paul Wolf, the other crew chief for Team Penske here. Your teammate stays out, you come in for 2 tires. What do you need for your strategy to work?
Well, you know, we just the first run of the race, it didn't seem like we had quite the speed that the Toyotas had, and you know, Yates has done such a great job with our fuel mileage. It gave us the opportunity to try a little different strategy to gain that track position. And we knew we were in a position where they're going to do 4, so we could at least get 2 and still stay in front of them. We made some adjustments. Hopefully we can get the speed we need and continue to stay up front.
So, Rick, remember in this evaluation of what they're doing with the 22 car, if he stays out here and he gets far enough back from the leader like we talked about, 10 seconds or so, and he pits and he gets a lap down under green, always remember if the caution comes out at that point, he still can stay out when the caution comes out and take the free pass.
Right.
And get himself back in the lead lap. So the danger here really isn't that high. Now, whether it works to win the race or not, that's a whole other question. But he probably will never be in a position where he'll get a lap down unless we get that wrong caution at just the wrong time where the leaders don't pit and he can't get that free pass.
And I was very impressed with Paul Wolf. 2 tires was the absolute right call. The only position he basically lost was the 22 of Joey Logano. So the 2 has a great strategy. 2 tire was good, and here's what they said on the radio.
To take the top, I would definitely let him in turn 1. Whatever he thinks there. Stop for it.
It's a little strategy there as they're getting ready to come to the restart zone. He takes the top. We would definitely let him in. Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano on the radio. They can't communicate with each other as green flag comes back out. Joey Logano, a great start. Let's see if Brad Keselowski gets as good of a start. He does not, and Kyle Busch will go by for second. Brad Keselowski not even close to as good a start as he was hoping for as another car goes by. That's Carl Edwards in the 19 that gets by him.
And we can talk all the strategy you want, Rick, but this is going to come down to getting restarts. You have to get good restarts, and Brad Keselowski didn't, and now he is 3 wide down the backstretch.
3 wide and losing positions. An aggressive move down at the bottom of the track by the 42 of Kyle Larson.
that's what we talked about. If you enter turn 2 or turn 4, just like now, side by side, you lose so much momentum. Watch Martin Truex behind these 2 cars. He's going to see an opportunity here, try to make it 3 wide or even 2 wide as they single out.
Fan out once again as they come down the front stretch. Martin Truex Jr.
Group with Rick, as we entered the front stretch, you saw a group of cars off the back of the pack hit pit road. That was a group of wave-by cars you had, included the 34, the 15, a group of cars. Simple math here at Indianapolis. You wave by, you get your lap back, you hit the first lap, you stay out in front of the leader. So that's good work by all of those crew chiefs.
The pack still working around Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Joey Logano still in front of Kyle Busch, but only 0.3 of a second separate the top 2. Carl Edwards, Kyle Larson, Matt Kenseth, the top 5.
Joey Logano doing a wonderful job on those 11-lap older tires, though. Rick really battling hard, staying in front of Kyle Busch. He's aware of the risk that Todd Gordon took, leaving him on the racetrack. He knows he has to give it his all on all these restarts. As we see Jeff Gordon here under attack by the 95 of Michael McDowell.
And this is the thing that is so difficult, you know, coming back after being out of the race car for a long time, finding a way to get these restarts right. Restarts are so difficult. If you're in the car every week, they're difficult, but being out of the car, then having to get back in the rhythm, get aggressive right off the bat. We've seen Jeff Gordon lose spots on this restart. It's the hardest part of racing, in my opinion, especially you add on the fact of not being in that race car. It's very, very difficult.
Jeff Gordon was about to go a lap down before the caution came out. The caution came out, and the 10 of Danica Patrick got the free pass. That's why the 2 are running nose to tail right now. There were 7 wave rounds, as you mentioned. Took advantage of the caution to get back onto the lead lap. So currently we have 28 cars on the lead lap. Running 28th is Chris Buescher. Joey Logano staying in front of Kyle Busch, but the gap continues to get smaller as we see Austin Dillon working to the inside of Jeff Gordon, driving the 88 for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Battle for the lead heating up now as Kyle Busch looked to the inside of Logano for just a moment.
One thing's for sure, we heard the crew chief on the 2 talk about the fuel mileage of those Penske Fords as you see the 22 get loose and the 18 take advantage into turn 4. What I was going to say is they may be getting good fuel mileage, but it doesn't seem to be hurting down the straightaway, Jeff. They still have great straight line speed.
So with the pass by Kyle Busch, how does that hurt Joey Logano, who's on a completely different strategy?
The one thing that's important for Joey Logano right now is to try to stay within, say, 10 seconds of the leader. But like I said earlier, I'm not really sure how much that matters. At this point, you're stuck so much into this strategy of stopping, 3 times. So obviously, the closer he can stay to the leader, the better his opportunity is. But they're on this strategy to see it out no matter what.
So Joey Logano needs to make it to at least lap 80. So at the halfway point, Joey Logano would be coming to pit road in about 18 laps.
Yeah, and I think that's really non-issue. Really, for Joey Logano, it's simple. Run as fast as you can. Sometimes it's complicated. Sometimes you need to worry about all these details. Joey Logano, do the best you can. Run as fast as you can. Try to stay as close to the lead as you can. But really, his strategy, he's the only guy on it. I look behind him. I see Carl Edwards with a car with speed. The 42 of Kyle Larson has driven his way to the 4th position. You mentioned Matt Kenseth. Jeff, he's back in 5th. Tony Stewart in 6th. There's a lot of players in this race.
Yeah, remember, this track's going to continue to change, and the teams that can keep up with these changes, find a way to make their car better throughout the race. I wouldn't have thought in a million years that Joey Logano you could put that car and put in this position, him stay up there this long. He showed no speed whatsoever, but in that cleaner air with better track position, now the car is a little bit quicker. And remember, they have way better tires than he does, and he can still run pretty well. So track position means so much. Good pit stops, good strategy, all those things can put a car right now that is not leading, put them in the right place at the right time and have a chance to win.
Well, you talk about track position, Rick. The 22's teammate, Brad Keselowski, he came to pit road, got fresh right side tires. I thought it was the right call, but that one position on the restart, not controlling the restart, killed this 2 car. He lost momentum on the first lap. Now he's all the way back in 11th in that dirty air and behind on tires. So I thought Paul Wolf was doing the right thing. I was wrong. It looks to be that staying out and getting the clean air, even only one position, mattered to this 2.
And listen, we've talked about a lot of teams who are right behind the 2. Keselowski and the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger, a team that's really struggled lately, had a lot of problems. They're having a good, solid run today.
Out in front, Kyle Busch has led 43 laps of the Brickyard. Carl Edwards has moved up to second. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Racing from the Brickyard. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Today's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. And again, the cloud cover has not come over the track as much as I'm sure most of the teams were hoping for, so it stays sunny and bright all the way around this 2.5 mile track as Kyle Busch continues to lead 2 seconds over Carl Edwards now. Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Matt Kenseth at the top 5. Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, and Kurt Busch in the top 10. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Hardee's, starting with Marty.
Kyle Busch out front, as you've mentioned, Rick, and last year here winning the Brickyard 400. That was his first career crown jewel win, if you will. He told me the problem with that, when you win a crown jewel, you want to win more crown jewels. Kyle going for the win again today. He actually said, I've gotten the balance on the 18 car better on this run. I think that's what the rest of the field did not want to hear. Back in the second position, his teammate Carl Edwards, and he said earlier on the radio, if it comes down to a short run at the end of the race, we're not going to win. We need to make an adjustment. Here's the adjustment they talked about making.
What do you think, Steve? Let him bite the bullet, put a little bit of pressure on that right front, help the restart late in the race? I think it's going to be a big deal. For that night, short run, we sure are going to win the race. Okay, on green flag, it's going to cost us 1 spot, so we'll do it under green, okay? Simple.
They eventually waved off that change because they thought it would cost them too much time, but they feel like they need to make the 19 car better if they want to win this race, Dave.
Marty, yesterday in the Xfinity race, Kyle Larson finished 4th, and he's also got 2 top 10s here in Sprint Cup action. So he feels pretty confident about this place. Right now, his car is difficult to turn in the corners. He's backing up that entry to try to make it work better. As far as the 20 of Matt Kenseth goes, he has been mostly tight all day long. They made a wedge adjustment for him on that last stop, trying to free it up. Marty?
Dave, a lot of talk about Joey Logano's paint scheme this weekend. It was from the All-Star race a couple of weeks ago, actually back in May, and it pictures all of the big moments in the 50 years of Team Penske. After that race, Todd Gordon said, why don't we run that at Indianapolis? That's where it makes the most sense. So they brought it here to this weekend. Very happy with it. You see him losing a couple of spots to the Toyotas of Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin as well. Truex set the car better on this run. And Martin Colburn told me the biggest thing is right now building some consistency, finishing in the top 5. Said we had too many races where we've been fast and haven't finished. For Denny Hamlin, his car very good in clean air, and that's where they're trying to make it better. They're trying to get up to their teammate, or the corporate teammate in the 78 car, Martin Truex Jr. Kelly?
Jimmy Johnson has been on a career worst stride. He has finished outside the top 10 the last 6 races, but he says team morale is still high. He said we have a good foundation to build from. We don't want a decent finish. We want to dominate, and we're all highly inspired to get back on that mountain we feel like we should be on, Dave.
Tony Stewart's big race today was on the mind of Mike Bugarevich, so much so that the car he thought he would bring here, he did not. It did not look good in the wind tunnel. They rushed this car through the building process because they had some ideas. This one, he said, blew the other one out of the water, and it's running well, Kelly.
The 47 of A.J. Allmendinger had been running 11th, and this is going to be devastating from they've lost all water pressure, now saying that they have just blown up, and they were really hoping to turn things around. He's been in the wall several of the last races. They had a poor qualifying effort after some really good practice speeds. They thought they had made the right adjustments, but that's all for naught now. As you can see, the 47 sitting on pit road with the blown engine. Dave?
Kelly, a lot of crew chiefs this weekend told me how edgy the setups were on these race cars. If you went just a little too far one way, you could really hurt the handling. Well, that's what's happened for Kurt Busch. His car wouldn't turn well, so they made an adjustment on his last pit stop. And crew chief Tony Gibson radioed back to him and said, "Bud, I guess we just overshot," because Kurt was talking about the car being very loose on the exit of the corner, Kelly.
Brad Keselowski's been running a bit of a different strategy. That had that long fuel run to begin with in 2 tires on that last pit stop, which may have cost him. He dropped a number of spots on the restarts. But in general, Paul Wolf, his crew chief, told me restarts have been their weakness, and Brad's learning how to get better. He said, we're trying some new things, adjusting the track bar, adjusting the brakes to see if they can start seeing a net gain on the first 2 laps after a restart, but it didn't pan out this time on a 2-tire stop. Dave?
Kevin Harvick on the lead lap and moving forward. That car is fast, and the adjustments they've made have been very good. In fact, Rodney Childers sort of put the car back to where it was at the beginning of the race setup-wise, and that's working for Kevin. For Jamie McMurray in the 1 car. He had a flat tire. They're keeping an eye on it. The tires are just fading, according to the driver right now. He's half down on his track bar, back to 0, but trying to work forward in the 1 car. Kelly?
Paul Menard grew up coming here to this track to watch the Indy 500 as a kid, and he's got his only Cup win in the Brickyard 400 here back in 2011. How special is this place to him? Well, he says he's going to be building a house in a few years, and he wants to put a yard of bricks in the driveway. So this weekend he went out and walked on the track, took a picture of the yard of bricks here to make sure he gets all those dimensions right. Right now, Paul's saying they are just too tight through the center, and they need to take more wedge out on the next spot, Marty.
Kelly, when I talked to Ryan Blaney earlier this week, he said last week's example of getting a speeding penalty on pit road and then coming back from that to finish the 11th was the best example of our team sticking together. And actually, after that, kind of rallied us. It was a good finish for us in the weekend. And so they're very happy with what happened last weekend in New Hampshire, even though they finished outside the top 10. Right now, Blaney in the 15th position, guys.
Thank you, guys. Great through the field there, as there were some positions changing through the field. Kyle Busch, no positions changing up there, as he has been dominant. Of the 75 that have been run, he has led 54 laps already. Carl Edwards, Kyle Larson, Matt Kenseth, and Martin Truex Jr. the top 5. as we look at the most laps led today, presented by Sprint. Kyle Busch at the top of the list, 57 laps led already of the 78 that have been run. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Take a look at the Toyota driver update. Out front, that Toyota Camry driven by Kyle Busch. Teammate Carl Edwards running second. Matt Kenseth fourth. Martin Truex Jr. fifth and Denny Hamlin sixth. Once again, all 5 of the Toyota drivers with the alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing running in the top 6. Chevy had won 12 straight here before Busch won last year in a Toyota, and now Busch trying to become only the second driver to ever go back-to-back with wins. Jimmy Johnson did it in 2008 and 2009, and Kyle Busch won last year trying to get that second win.
Yes, Kyle Busch is kind of beating everybody pretty badly right now. This is a pretty good race. 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Pretty tight battle.
Kyle Larson has 3rd. Kyle Larson was able to win earlier this week in the Camping World Truck Series on dirt at Eldora. Was hoping that that momentum might come into play this weekend as they come to the big track over the Brickyard, and Kyle Larson running in the 2nd spot.
Hey Rick, think of how big,
3rd.
Think how big of a win it would be for the 42 of Kyle Larson. You know, so close to Dover this year, so much expectation on this young man. He came out of the box so strong. I think it was just a foregone conclusion he was going to win and win often. Has yet to reach victory lane at the Sprint Cup level. To do it for your first ever time and do it here in Indianapolis would be an unbelievable accomplishment.
And Paul Menard was able to do it a couple years back, winning his first ever Sprint Cup race. It came right here at the Brickyard. And of course, you have to remember that Kyle Larson drives for Chip Ganassi, who has had incredible amounts of success at Indianapolis. Chip Ganassi won the Brickyard 400 with Jamie McMurray a few years back when Jamie won the Daytona 500 and then came back in the same year and won the Brickyard 400.
Jeff, you've been talking about this 20 car. Look at Ganassi's history here in Indianapolis. It's absolutely impressive as the 20 goes by the 42. And you mentioned that 20 car, Jeff. That car looks good. He has driven all the way from the 18th position where he started.
And Matt Kenseth, this is his kind of race. You get these long green flag runs. He's so competitive, but he's so consistent. He just lays the same lap time down, lap after lap after lap. He can run his car on edge for long periods of time, and this is the kind of race that Matt Kenseth seems to do really well. And we saw him do it last week. You know, he didn't go out and lead a bunch of laps, none of that stuff. He just kept getting himself in position, getting his car better, and ultimately he was able to win the race. You know, and this track's hard to pass on. We saw just a little while ago. We saw as they entered turn 1, Martin Truex was behind the 20 car, and he could not get the pass on. He's right on the 20. Well, watch what happens. Look how far away. He's right on his bumper. He slides, loses the racetrack. Now look at the gap. Huge gap. So the reason that is, watch right here. Listen to the throttle.
Hell, if he can't do it, let us try to pass.
So you heard that throttle, on the throttle, off the throttle, on it, off. 3 times he was on and off the throttle. That was because he lost all the downforce behind Matt Kenseth. He could not keep his car in the racetrack. He's right there. I can pass him. As soon as he goes to the throttle, he loses all the grip. That's why Indy is so hard. Mike?
Yeah, Jeff, just want to update the 88 and Jeff Gordon. On pit road now, the car has been extremely tight. Just cannot get back to the throttle right now. He's been working the track part. Hasn't made much of a difference. They've made an air pressure adjustment, a chassis adjustment, and 4 tires there. Hoping to give Jeff Gordon a little bit more to work with this afternoon.
They passed the halfway point on lap 84 of 160 as Jeff Gordon has come to pit road. Kyle Busch out front has about a 3-second lead over Carl Edwards. Matt Kenseth has moved up to 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. is 4th. Kyle Larson's dropped back to 5th. Denny Hamlin is 6th. As now Kyle Busch continuing to put cars either a lap down or multiple laps down. It's the case with Cole Witt in the 98, who now is 2 laps down.
You know, Rick, it's been not confusing, but busy with all the different pit strategies. Kind of teams running in the front, staying out on the racetrack, some pitting early. You know, we talked about Kevin Harvick after that first green flag pit stop. Thought he had an issue with a tire, came to pit road, lost a lap. Well, he is on a heck of a drive back up through the field. We talk about Indianapolis, talk about track position, how hard it is to pass. You can put all those storylines you want out there. But the simple fact is Kevin Harvick in the sport car has pitted one extra time than everyone else, under green, lost a lap, got his lap back, and has driven all the way back to the 9th position. Jeff, if you have a car, you can drive back up through the field. Kelly.
Jimmie Johnson looking for his 5th Brickyard 400 win. Said he was a snug rolling through turn 1 and getting free everywhere else. They're going to make some adjustments to help him out there. It'll also be 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for Jimmie Johnson.
Denny Hamlin also coming in. Some other teams starting to play this strategy. Denny Hamlin running up front was actually in the 3rd position as his car was a little bit free. They did an air pressure adjustment trying to tighten it up. Dave?
Big wedge adjustment on the left rear of the 14 car. 4 tires for him. He said, oh man, we are still tight. And that was a big oh man, so they made a large adjustment for him.
Carl Edwards also coming down pit road. He too saying his car was a little bit better on this run, but a little too tight in the center. You're going to see him hit his pit stall. A lot of people playing the strategy that the 22 was playing earlier, pitting here a little bit earlier in the window than most people expected. It's going to be an air pressure adjustment for Edwards. They're still worried about that short run speed, and it's going to be 4 tires as well. A little bit slower stop too, Kelly.
Brad Keselowski said we're just not good on restarts. I don't know what to tell you there except that it gets better as we go, except he has been loose off of turn number 2. This time it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Brad Keselowski and Sunoco fuel.
Joey Logano coming in. He said he had maxed out the track bar once again, that the car just had no front turn. They did a pretty big wedge adjustment on the left side trying to get that car to loosen up for Brad Keselowski, or for Joey Logano.
48, Jimmie Johnson on pit road, but they had a pit road speeding penalty.
They did, Rick, and we mentioned this. NASCAR has added pit road timelines. There used to be 7 speed sections. Now there's 12 speed sections. Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. coming to a slide and a stop as we ride along board with him. He said it's generally tight at the start of the run, but then it settles in and gets a lot better the longer they run. 4 Goodyear tires for Martin Truex Jr. and an air pressure adjustment trying to help that tight condition early in the run, Dave.
Jamie McMurray slides to a stop in his pit stall. The thing about these pit stalls is they're very narrow, but they're very long, so it gives a false sense of security sometimes. That was a good job by Jamie jumping on the brakes. He'll get 4 tires and fuel here.
Race leader Kyle Busch on pit road now as well.
Drag racing his way to his pit stall. He's got to sequence in here somehow and get to his pit stall. Back Adam Stevens telling him now to let him go, and pull into your stall. Kyle said the car got a little too snug at the end of that run, but not bad at all. It's going to be an air pressure adjustment and a wedge adjustment trying to free it up, especially towards the end of the run, and 4 Goodyear tires for Kyle Busch, the leader. All these leaders pitting much earlier in the window than they had planned originally.
They have, Rick. All the leaders are pitting early. They understand with only 73 laps to go, they're trying to get on pit road, but you can't make mistakes. We saw the 11 and the 48 with speeding penalties, Rick. A big change here. More speed timelines on pit road. There used to only be 7. Now there's 12. It's caught a couple drivers out.
11 and 48 caught for speeding. You're watching NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from the Brickyard. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Golden Corral's Premium Weekends, prime rib, new coconut shrimp, and more, just $13.99. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion. Select your in-car video or camera angle, access integrated driver stats, lap-by-lap commentary, and social conversations in real time. You won't miss a lap when you visit NASCAR.com/drive on your personal computer now. Getting a look at Casey Mears from that Geico onboard camera, and Kyle Busch continuing to dominate. Kyle Busch now has led 69 of the 90 laps. Carl Edwards running second, but almost 7 seconds back, and that gap was quite a bit closer, but because of the green flag pit stops, the 18 of Kyle Busch had a very good one, and Carl Edwards not as good. So the gap now has separated about 5 seconds from what they were running. Carl Edwards was quite a bit closer to Kyle Busch before the stops.
Yeah, through those stops, the big winner in all these stops, if you're riding along with him right now, Jeff Gordon, he was back there in about 20th, 22nd, 18th in that range, and through these stops, by coming on pit road a little bit early, getting fresher tires before some of those guys, he's worked himself up to 12th right now.
Yeah, and he feels pretty good about the race car, about the best he's felt all day long, Jeff. Has had trouble in the corners, a bit tight, can't get back to the throttle the way he would like. Made an air pressure adjustment there. It seems to have helped the balance of the race car a little bit. One thing I wanted to point out that may have gotten overshadowed in this weekend, Jeff Gordon, while he has been asked several times about what this means for his legacy coming out of retirement, he's downplayed that dramatically, saying, look, it's not about that. It's very much about Dale Earnhardt Jr. We're thinking about him, and in fact, you can see that on the race car. On the windshield, over the driver's seat, that's where it says Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s name. In fact, even in the garage area in practice, originally it had Jeff Gordon's name there. The team asked to have that taken down, and Dale Jr.'s name put back up. Artie?
Well, Mike, we just talked about Carl Edwards having a bit of a slower stop than his teammate Kyle Busch. In fact, it was 3 seconds slower, but there was a reason. Remember that radio we played earlier, guys, where they were talking about whether or not to add that Packard to the right front to help the 19 car on the short run? Well, they did it on this last stop. Carl, remember, told the team, we cannot win this race if it comes down to a short run unless we do that. So they bit the bullet to add that Packard to the right front. He's also a little bit worried that there might be a vibration in the car, that maybe they didn't get all the lug nuts tight on the right front. And Dave Rogers just reaffirmed to him, we did get all the lug nuts tight. Just drive through it if you can. But Steve, at some point, you've got to bite that bullet as a crew chief, don't you? It's going to cost you a couple of extra seconds, but it may be the difference in winning or losing the race.
Yeah, Marty, and it might seem odd, but to do it under a green flag pit stop is usually the best time, because while other cars are on track running very fast, if you have a 2 or 3 second longer pit stop, you might only lose one position because the cars are spread out. A 3 second longer pit stop under yellow flag conditions, when everyone's on pit road together, could be 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 spots, Rick. So wise move to make the adjustments under green.
Difference in stops for Kyle Busch. His stop was under 13 seconds, and Carl Edwards over 15 seconds.
I'm going to tell you, the big gain here in Jeff Gordon, when you pit, has a lot to do with when other people pit. And if you can clear people, the big advantage with Jeff Gordon right now is look in front of him. You almost see nothing. There's one car. So if you think about where he's been all day long, he's been back in 18th, 19th, 20th in a dogfight with a bunch of other cars. That pit stop was able to clear those cars, get in front of those cars. Now he has clean racetrack. First time he's had it all day. So now his car drives so much better. So the adjustments, Steve, may have helped the car, but it really helped the car was getting into this clean air.
Incredible the speeds that they carry into turn 1 and turn 3, these long straightaways at Indianapolis. 200 miles an hour going into 1 and 3.
And Rick, we knew there would be an effect of Dale Earnhardt Jr. not being the driver behind the wheel of the 88, and you see it here in the chase bubble with Dale Jr. not getting any points for last week or this week or the coming race at Pocono, as we expect Jeff Gordon to be back in the car again. He's 11 below the cut line. Well, I know that's not the most concerning thing for this 88. It's to get their driver back in the car. What that does do is completely change the complexion for the 42 of Kyle Larson. We mentioned he's having a great one, but he's just above the cut line. The 21 is just below the cut line. So while this is a negative for the 88, it definitely changes the outcome for everyone else trying to make it to the playoffs.
The last time Kyle Larson was in the chase contention or the playoffs contention was after race number 2. So it's been quite some time since Kyle Larson has been in this position. But Kyle Larson running very strong once again here. Kyle Larson currently 5th on the racetrack. Kyle Larson, a 23-year-old out of Elk Grove, California. Still has yet to get his first win in the Sprint Cup Series. His best finish here, 7th. It took place back in 2014. But he has never finished outside of the top 10 in his 2 starts here. Riding along with Kevin Harvick.
Keep talking about it because when this race ends, I have a feeling we get some late race restarts. You're going to hear from this guy right here. He's continuing to move forward. Now he's worked his way all the way up to 6th. So continue to go in the right direction after that pit stop early. This is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack for sure.
Basically almost completely recovered, Jeff. He was running 5th before he had to hit the extra time for the tire. Fought his way all the way back up to the 6th position.
Kyle Busch has a 7-second lead over second place Carl Edwards at the Brickyard. Let's go right down to the Toyota Camry on-track car, talking a little bit about heat.
Well, we've heard all day how hot it is. So this DACA right here, that is always in these race cars, puts air into the race car, just kind of dumps it in the race car so that there's more air in there. If NASCAR makes you have that, you can see Kevin Harvick right here under caution. It's so hot in his race car. He's just dumping water, pouring it down his neck, getting it anywhere he can, pouring it on his face. These race cars are so hot and so uncomfortable. Any kind of relief you can get is a great thing.
Well, you see Kevin Harvick, he's dumping that water on him under caution. Well, what these drivers also have for opportunities, we go on board with the 78, we'll see right here coming out of his helmet. This right here is his drink system, Jeff. So under green flag conditions, Martin Truex can continue to try to hydrate himself. He doesn't have to wait for a caution. It's still probably not easy, but in these long green flag runs, as we complete 43 laps on this green flag run, you see him put his hand out the window, how much air that goes in, starts blowing his helmet skirt up, so it does make a difference. but he's able to get that a little bit of cold water, cold fluids into his system as he races.
Well, it makes a huge difference, and here's why. It's 111 degrees, almost 112 degrees inside Tony Stewart's car. And by the way, that's in the coolest part of the car, because down by his feet, the transmission, the shifter, all that metal is so hot, you literally cannot touch it. If you touch it, it'll burn you. Matter of fact, after these races, you take your gloves off and hold the steering wheel will be so hot you can hardly hold it. So 111 degrees up high, down by his feet, it's much hotter.
And actually making light of the situation earlier, Tony Stewart said this on the radio about the heat.
Hey, bud. It's a little chilly out here, so I'll try to get warmed up here on this caution, but we're good to go here. Yeah, 10-4, I turn off the air conditioner for a little bit. Chauncey, I'll take one this time, friend. No, you said you were cold out there. Yeah, but I'm still thirsty.
Yeah, I bet he's chilly. So well, here's the other thing that the drivers have. Right on top of their helmets, you can see this hose. That hose is hooked to either a fan or actually an air conditioning unit. A lot of drivers have gone to only using a fan because of the weight. But on a day like today, there's a unit that brings the air in from outside the race car, cools it, and dumps cool air into the helmet. That air is also filtered where carbon monoxide is clean from it. So that air, although it's not like 50 degrees or anything, it's probably, I'm going to guess on a day like this, maybe 85 degrees going into the helmet, maybe 80, 75. It feels like unbelievable pleasure. And you think it's broken sometimes. It's so hot in there, you think it's blowing, then you flip your shield up, turn that air conditioner off, you realize it's not broken. It was working really well. So that's the relief the drivers have.
And Jeff, we see Tony's sponsors all over the inside of his race car there, but the helmet is somewhat subdued. That's because every week Tony is running a tribute helmet as he goes through the year. This week, why not? At the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the tribute is to A.J. Foyt, his childhood hero and the man who patterned much of his racing life after. It's A.J. on the helmet this week. Coyote Enterprises across the back there. Really cool.
A very warm race day at Indianapolis. Not the warmest that we have seen for the Brickyard 400, but ranking right up there. It's currently 93 degrees. So in the past few years, it's definitely one of the hottest days. And again, as they seal the cars off on the track, that creates even more heat. And that's what we're seeing here at Indianapolis now, is these cars completely sealing off that front of the car as well as the side skirts.
And we saw Brad Keselowski, he missed the corner altogether, just completely missed turn turn 3. He went way up the racetrack, allowed Austin Dillon to get by. But you're right, this racetrack for drivers, when you know it's going to be hot and you come here, you dread it, because this racetrack, with the cars sealed off, this is a very smooth racetrack. The front of the cars barely come up, the side skirts barely come off the ground. It will cook you. This is a hot racetrack.
And the hottest guy on the track has been Kyle Busch out in front. We're watching the Crown Royal presents the Combat Wounded Coalition 400 at the Brickyard. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from the Brickyard. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. And following race coverage, stay tuned for the NASCAR America Post-Race Show presented by Advanced Auto Parts. And following the post-race show, be sure to catch Victory Lap, a full recap and analysis of today's race, all right here on NBCSN. It will be dominated by Kyle Busch, who has dominated this race as he closes in on the back bumper of the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., currently running 20th. Only 20 cars still on the lead lap. That is a testament to how aggressive Kyle Busch has been since the initial drop of the green flag, as we've completed 108 of the 160 scheduled laps, 52 to go from the Brickyard. Only 2 cautions. The record for fewest cautions in a Brickyard race is 1, but last year there were 9 cautions, so quite a bit different from a year ago, at least the pace of this race. For some updates from pit road, let's go to Marty Snyder.
Rick, right now Ryan Newman running in the 13th position. When he and I were talking earlier this week, he said, you know, Indianapolis can be a fun and miserable place all at the same time. If your car is handling well, it's a fun racetrack to run, but when it's not, it's miserable because it seems like you're working twice as hard. Right now Newman certainly working twice as hard, but the car is getting a little bit better. He said this long run is really exhausting him, and the driver's really struggling out there. He said the car is just so sensitive, a little bit too loose right now for Ryan Newman, Dave.
Marty, when I talked to Matt McCall, Jamie McMurray's crew chief this morning, he said one of Jamie's best skills is he knows you have way more to lose if you miss a pass than if you wait for the right time. That's the veteran skills that he possesses. The problem right now, that last adjustment hurt the front end of the car, and that's where you really need to guide the car for making those passes, Mike.
And Casey Kane, Dave, not having the best day either. Started off 26, and while he has picked up 10 positions, has been struggling with that race car extremely tight throughout the course of the afternoon, especially in turn 3. They've made several air pressure adjustments, but Kane has been a little bit frustrated with that, saying the air pressure is just not working. Kelly?
We talked about the struggles as of late for the 48 team. Well, when Jimmy Johnson was asked earlier this weekend if they were just maybe pressing too much at all, he said, yeah, that's a problem. We've just been making too many mistakes. Our whole team is doing that. If we have a 5th place car, let's just at least finish there. He said, it starts with me. I slid through the pit box last week. I just can't do that. I've been at 110%, and that's when you make mistakes. Well, it happened to him again after spending much of the early stages of this race inside the top 10. Jimmy Johnson hit with that speeding penalty on pit road, and now he's mired back in 19th position.
And about to go a lap down, Jeff Gordon, currently running 12th, had this to say on the radio.
Yes, I'm loose in and loose up. I wonder what the 41's fighting with the news radio. He's fighting a little bit loose, getting looser as he runs, has to get the track bar down.
That's great information. Talk about veteran drivers. He not only tells you what he's struggling with, Jeff Gordon wants to know what the 41's struggling with because he's going to try and attempt to pass him. So if he knows, Jeff, that he's loose in or loose off or tight, that will affect how Jeff Gordon tries to approach the 41.
You have to know your enemy's weakness, right?
And that's what Jeff Gordon is trying to do as we go NASCAR nonstop here on NBCSN. Welcome back as we look at the top speed presented by Sprint. Ryan Blaney has posted the fastest speed on the racetrack. That was entering the turn, 206.58 miles per hour. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Next Sunday, NASCAR is back on NBCSN. The Sprint Cup Series will visit the Tricky Triangle, Pocono. Race coverage beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. Jeff Gordon, he's won 6 times at Long Pond. That's most of any drivers. Matt Kenseth won the race last year.
We talked about Kyle Busch dominating this race. Well, guess what? Now you have to lap 6-time champion Jimmie Johnson. Jimmie Johnson's not going to make this easy.
And you just made a statement there that I think we really have to amplify. Kyle Busch has been so good. He's about to lap Jimmie Johnson. And Jimmie Johnson has won at this place 4 times.
Yeah, you heard Kelly Stavas say that he was trying to, reduce his mistakes. Well, today they got caught for speeding. That put the 48 in this possession. He was running 7th when he got caught for speeding. Now he's running in the 17th position, trying to hold off Kyle Busch and aggressively trying to hold off Kyle Busch.
Marty.
Guys, it's been so impressive what Kyle Busch has done today as we ride along board with him as he gets around Jimmie Johnson finally to put him a lap down. I asked Adam Stevens to kind of evaluate the team and where they are right now. He said, I really feel like we've been on our game the last several weeks, but we want a more consistent rhythm of top 5s. That's what will get us in the right part for the chase. He said, we've been out of that experimental phase of the season for quite a while now, and he calls this part of the season, quote, kick butt mode, that it's time to go into that. Steve, he brings up a great point, though. At some point in the season, and a lot of teams use the Brickyard as that demarcation point, you've got to turn your attention to consistency, top 5s, getting ready for the chase, because that's the mode you need to be in from September onward.
Well, Marty, I don't think it's any secret why we've seen teams win the Brickyard and go on to win the championship. This is a marquee event. It's circled on everyone's calendar. Teams build new cars. They go to the wind tunnel. They test if they have the opportunity. So if you can come here and outperform your competition, that is a huge shot in the arm. That gives you the confidence that you're on the right path when the playoffs come later in the year.
Here's the momentum as he goes by Ryan Blaney. Kyle Busch on pace to break Jeff Gordon's record of most laps led in the 400. Gordon led 124 laps back in 2004, and Kyle Busch definitely on pace to break that number as he's already led 97 of the 118 that have been run. Let's talk about strategy as we are now under 43 to go, brought to you by Smithfield Foods. Steve?
We've talked all weekend long about the extreme heat here in Indiana. Well, driver fatigue, we haven't seen a lot yet, but as we're in 60-lap green flag run, we get in the closing laps of this race, little mistakes are going to make a big difference. That can happen with driver fatigue. And how about when you have tired drivers making late race restarts? We saw it last week in New Hampshire. We saw it yesterday in the Xfinity race. If cautions come towards the end of this race, they're going to determine the winner when the drivers perhaps are at their most tired moment of the race.
And you mentioned last week on those late race restarts. Well, this racetrack, although nothing like New Hampshire, it's still very aggressive on restarts. You have everybody fighting for the bottom groove. It will get very aggressive if we do get late race restarts. Kelly?
Just after going a lap down, Jimmie Johnson brings his 48 to pit road. Obviously, you can sense some frustration over the radio, but he has said that the car was better after the last adjustment. It was more snug all the way around, so it was a 4-tire stop there for the 48.
And a smart move for the 48, right? He just got lapped. So come to pit road and gamble. Try to get a win here by stealing a win if you come to pit road early.
And it's not just Jimmie Johnson, the car that just got lapped. We are close.
Into the wall. It's a 23. David Reagan. That will bring the caution out. See, the left rear tire is down. Third caution of the day comes out.
This is the fence pretty good there. I'm not sure if the radiator.
See parts of the tire coming out.
Going to the garage here.
So could be some spring rubbers that have come out of that car. Take a look at what happened.
You see his hand is out the window. He knew he had a problem. Came off turn 1, had a problem up in the marbles, but Looks like
left rear tire was down.
Sure.
And into the wall goes David Reagan, bringing out the third caution. That will reset the field. You guys mentioned restarts. They'll be coming up next.
At the Brickyard, the leaders are on pit road. Matt Kenseth was running in the third position. He said his car started out and that run a little tight, then it went neutral, then it went back to the tight and hard to turn side. So they make an air pressure adjustment, fill it full of fuel and 4 tires, Marty.
Dave Martin Truex Jr. for the second stop in a row. They'll make no changes on that car. He said it was very good. He said all we need is some track position for Goodyear tires. Carl Edwards said he was a little tight center and that's it, but he was catching the 18, his teammate Kyle Busch, and they'll make more of the same changes they made last time for Kyle Busch with the wedge adjustment and air pressure. The 18 easily holds serve off of pit road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Look at the race off the pit road. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards holding their position. Tony Stewart speeding on pit road. A very big penalty for Tony Stewart.
Mistake, and Tony Stewart's going to get a penalty here after having a great jump, as you mentioned. That would have put him in fine position with 38 laps to go. What about that 88? 13th right now.
Earlier about how NASCAR is very, very strict this year on those penalties, Dave.
Big toll for Tony Stewart was a half a mile an hour over the exit speed. 38 laps to go. Gordon taking on water. We saw him taking water in the car. We're going to hit you folks again to make sure Jeff Gordon with his water. Going to get that dumped into the soup. Need to eat, drink water often. On the video boards, listing stations are a great place to make a pit stop. It's a good time to run down the top 10 day with the track relatively quiet. Kyle Busch is the leader. Tom Edwards second. Martin Truex Jr. is third. Matt Kenseth fourth. Kevin Harvick fifth. Brad Keselowski sixth. Kyle Larson seventh. The 22 car of Joey Logano is eighth. The 3 of Austin Dillon ninth. Ryan Newman is 10th.
Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from the Brickyard. Telecast presented by Golden Corral. Again, next Sunday, NASCAR back on NBCSN. We will head to Pocono. That race coverage beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern. Jeff Gordon once again will be subbing for Dale Earnhardt Jr. NASCAR's added a lap of caution. We will slip back away to commercial so we can get more green flag laps here at the Brickyard. St. Elmo's Shrimp Cocktail. It is nearly as world famous as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. One of the local cuisines that everyone likes to take part in when they come to the Brickyard in the summer months. On pit road, the 14 of Tony Stewart got caught for speeding, but they had this to say on the radio.
Because we're waving around, it's really not that big a penalty, is it? No, not really. It's still a penalty, and I apologize for that. Sorry.
Now, they aren't aware of the fact that they can't do the wave around because of the penalty that they received.
Yeah, they're going to be disappointed here momentarily when they learn that just because he's in front of the lead lap cars, he's not able to gain that lap back. That is the penalty of speeding. You're ineligible for the wave around positions.
Mike Bugarewicz says he's had 3 different stories told to him. They've told Tony to drop to the rear, and now you see the whole field will pass him. It'll go to the back. Trying to consult with NASCAR on why that is the crew chief.
It's a rule.
Yeah, the rule is simple. The wave around is an advantage. It's been put in place since we had double file restarts, but the caveat to that is you can't be on a penalty for something else. And when the 14 sped on pit road, that eliminated his opportunity to be a wave around car.
Under this caution, because this is the one where he received the penalty.
So now we're getting ready to, with 35 to go, we're getting ready to deal with late race restarts, and we can see how aggressive they are. You have to make moves. You have to be aggressive, like we talked about all day. You see Tony Stewart making it 3 wide. You see the 20 and the 2 get bottled up. The 42 makes a move. Now look what that bottles up. It makes you 4 wide. So something happening in front of you, 2 cars side by side, will create the opportunity for 3 and 4 wide. So you're going to see these drivers having to take advantage. We saw it last week. We saw all the wrecks that happened late in the race last week because of the opportunity for restarts. I wouldn't be surprised to see some action right now.
Tony Stewart had gone a lap down. You see the lights back on the pace car. It means they're going to go another time around before we get the green flag. But again, Tony Stewart thought that because they were taking advantage of pitting when they did, the caution came out. But then when he sped coming off of pit road, he was hoping he'd be able to take advantage of the wave around. But because of that penalty under the caution, he's not eligible for the wave around.
That's correct. He pitted under green. He pitted under green. The leaders did not pit. They passed him because of his pit stop. He was too far away from the leaders. Got lapped. He sped on pit road. So when you speed, you're not eligible any longer, or you have any sort of penalty, you're not eligible to take the pass around. So that's what the rule is, and that's why they're still a lap down.
The other legend in the field today, Jeff Gordon. Mike?
And Rick, one of the biggest obstacles Gordon has faced today has been the temperatures inside that race car. We've seen him exceed 110 degrees, and after being outside the car for 245 days, well, he may be feeling the effects. He took a bottle of water on that last pit stop, and instead of drinking it, he instead doused himself, poured it under his helmet, down his fire suit, just trying to cool himself off for the remainder of this race. Marty?
Mike, it's going to be fun with 2 Joe Gibbs Racing teammates starting on the front row for this restart. Carl Edwards and Kyle Busch as well. Dave Rogers trying to get his driver, Carl Edwards, fired up for this restart.
How you doing in there, bud? I'm great. I'm doing great. How you doing? Man, I'm not doing as good as you look. You look really good out there. Pretty fast hot rod we had last front.
Getting his driver excited because they were catching the 18 on that last run, and he also reminded him we put that Packer in the right front to help you right here on a restart. So they're pretty confident they might be able to beat their teammates. It's going to be fun to watch.
Well, Rick, those Joe Gibbs Toyotas have been fast all day, but you know, we have a pair of them on row 1. We have one on row 2 with their corporate car of Truex Jr. But I looked at row 3, Kevin Harvick. Speeding penalty early, went all the way to the back, has driven all the way back up inside the top 5. I think we're going to hear some noise out of this 4 car before this race is over.
And we've mentioned the restarts, how hectic they can be as they get into turn 1. Coming up to speed, Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards making up row number 1. They're in the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. A lot better restart that time for Carl Edwards. Kyle clears him. Carl Edwards second. Martin Truex Jr. third. Here comes Kevin Harvick. Back up to 4th now is Harvick. Got a little bit loose as he was trying to get by Matt Kenseth, but able to hold on to that spot. Here comes Denny Hamlin. Hamlin in the 11. Joey Logano in the 22, Austin Dillon in the 3. Those 3 fighting for position. Falling back, the 88 of Jeff Gordon.
Jeff got way out of the groove in turn 3 to counter the move from coming from behind him. He just turned left and blocked that inside move to keep him from coming by.
So many cars that took the wave around. That's why they're on pit road now, so that they can fill up with fuel to make it to the end of this race. 32 laps to go. Out in front, Kyle Busch has led 107 laps of the 128 complete. down the backstretch already. Has almost a second advantage over Carl Edwards. Martin Truex Jr. is third. Harvick and Kenseth the top 5. There's Chase Elliott. And then rookie in the 24 car, taking over for the retired Jeff Gordon, who unretired to sub for Dale Earnhardt Jr. for this race.
And Rick, Kyle Busch is impressing me more than you can imagine on this restart. We've seen him lead a lot of laps, but he wasn't really contested most of the day. As you see Jeff Gordon get by the 21 of Ryan Blaney. But on this restart, they were right on his rear bumper. They were contesting the position, and he has driven away from the front of the field by over a second. I don't want to take anything away from this 18 car. This is Jeff Gordon, a 5-time Brickyard 400 champion, working very hard to run in the top 15. We have so many competitors in this field. This is a very deep field of competition, and the 18 of Kyle Busch, this performance is extremely impressive.
And it can't just be in this race. It has to be over the entire weekend, because he came in and won the pole for the Xfinity race and then won the race in dominating fashion, led 62 of the laps in the overtime of a 60-lap race, then has come out, won the pole for the Cup Series, and has led already 109 of the 130 laps. And the caution has come out one more time. The 7 of Regan Smith, the New York native,
I'm going to make it. We're going to lose that lap, but I'm going to make it.
Has brought the caution out. Fourth caution now of the day. But getting back to what Kyle Busch has been able to accomplish up to this point, no one has ever done what he is closing in on being able to do. Win the pole and the races for both races at the Brickyard.
I think we are all watching this race, and we want to see a lot of passing in the front. We're not seeing it, but that's because what Kyle Busch and his team have done, it's been extraordinary. It is, you know, when I watch how fast they are and the way they execute on races, it's unbelievable. And I watch it with amazement, because they many times they make it look easy. This team and the organization right now, the way Toyota has worked with Joe Gibbs Racing and also Furniture Racing, the way that they've worked and pulled all those together, this formula is working, plain and simple working, and these guys are the teams to beat, no doubt about it.
And you guys talk about how impressive Kyle Busch has been today. When I talked to Adam Stevens this morning, what impressed him was yesterday in the Xfinity Series race. All the cars behind him had on brand new tires. Kyle Busch was on old tires and held them off on old tires. Adam told me he just is able to find that extra 1 or 2% that drivers have to find, and that's what makes a championship driver. Today we're seeing that. His teammate thought he might be able to catch him on this restart. Kyle Busch immediately pulled away, and as you mentioned, Rick, trying to go for NASCAR history, sweeping the poles and the races in a race weekend would be a pretty incredible feat if Kyle Busch could do it today.
Absolutely. Paul Menard will receive the free pass from the caution coming out. The pits are open. It's a quickie yellow. Paul Menard was one of the drivers that did the wave around and came onto pit road right after the start of the race. They're able to get back on pit road and add fuel. The wave around cars aren't allowed to do that under caution. Once they do the wave around, they have to wait for the green flag to come out before they can come back onto pit road to add fuel. Paul Menard took advantage of that, added fuel, now will be back on the lead lap. That will be 18 cars on the lead lap until we see what the wave around situation will be for some of the other drivers.
Well, I think they're in trouble, Rick, because it's going to be hard to get the wave around because we don't expect the leaders to pit. So they won't be able to pass them on the racetrack with 29 laps to go. And Kyle Busch proving that his car's handling good. I don't expect anyone in the front, say 8, 10, maybe even 12 cars to hit pit road. But if you look farther back, maybe at Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott, they might decide to come to pit road to try to find any sort of advantage. You just see Kurt Busch is the first car to decide to come get fresh rubber.
Try to take advantage of this caution to give them some type of hope of catching up to what Kyle Busch has set as a blistering pace. Mike?
Chase Elliott in his pit box now, Rick. Team going to work, a 4-tire change, a wedge adjustment, Sunoco race fuel as well. The car has been a little bit snug throughout the course of this run. They're trying to free him up with that chassis adjustment.
Jimmy Johnson comes to pit road from the 14th position. Chad Canal saying, look, we might as well come and put 4 fresh tires on this. We've got nothing to lose. Worst we could come out of this is 17th. So they take the opportunity to see if some fresh rubber can help them in the late stages of this race.
There's Kurt Busch exiting pit road, 4 fresh tires for him and a wedge adjustment. He radioed to his crew. The adjustments the last time, they were not effective. My car is still loose off. So fresh rubber, yeah, but really an adjustment, the major thing for Kurt Busch.
Under 28 laps to go from the Brickyard. Out front, Kyle Busch trying to hang on to win it back-to-back.
Back at Indianapolis, coming green, Kyle Busch feels like the track could have been cleaned up even a little more. Listen on the radio.
I'd like to ask if we could get some a blower, a jet dryer, a couple of them to just like blow the bottom groove all the way around the racetrack, try to get some of these water bottles and plastic bags and stuff further off the surface.
Worried about debris on the grill, and also he feels like he can use even more of the racetrack to get this Rick, make his car even quicker. That's not what the rest of the field wants to hear, is it?
Not at all. He has been the quickest. He has been the most impressive. He has led the most laps by a long shot as they get ready for the restart, which can be the hairiest time of the race. Through the restart zone they go. Kyle's outside his teammate Carl Edwards, hoping to have a better car for the short runs and the restarts. And way up the racetrack goes Carl Edwards. He'll lose a couple spots with that mistake. Taking advantage of that blunder by the 19 is Martin Truex Jr. He has now moved up to second and right in the tire tracks of Kyle Busch.
You see Kurt Busch there all the way to the bottom of the backstretch. Remember, he came down, got 4 fresh Goodyear tires, trying to make them work as soon as possible on this restart.
Last year's win for Kyle Busch was not nearly as dominant. It was a very big win for him, a marquee win for Kyle Busch on his way to his first championship. He had led only 61 laps in this race prior in the 11 starts that he had here. That was 61 laps combined. Today already 114 laps led, and he continues to dominate out front. 25 laps to go from the Brickyard. Kasey Kahne moving out of line, trying to take another spot. This time trying to get one from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He'll do it, as Tony Stewart will also work to the inside of Stenhouse Jr. Jeff Gordon will try to take advantage of that space available. A good run off of turn 4 will give him the momentum to get by Stenhouse Jr. as well. Take another look at the restart, Jeff.
I think Carl Edwards believed to win this race, you're eventually going to have to get in front of the 18, and this was his shot to do it. So as they enter turn 1, he makes a big move here. See how much room he gains on 18, tries to get up there, make something happen, just can't stay in the groove, carried a little bit too much speed. But if you're going to beat the 18, you got to try something. He tried to get his left front fender. Good restart. That's as good as you can ask for, I think. Everybody, the 4 is pushing him. They enter turn 1. I think the 18, right, the 19 right now is thinking, I got to get to the quarter panel of the 18, try to get some air pulled off of him. He turns left. Not enough grip up the racetrack.
And Jeff, you got it right. Carl came on the radio after he kind of collected himself and said, I had to try something, guys. I tried to dive it in there. It just plowed up the corner. There was nothing there. But to your point, Jeff, this is your shot to win the Brickyard 400. You got to take that chance, don't you?
Well, that was your shot, Marty, because if you don't, even if you have a good restart and you come out of the third, now you start in the next restart behind him. So that was your chance to try to make something on the outside. I like the aggressive move. You have to try to do something to beat a dominant car.
We've seen it before out of Carl Edwards. Back in 2008 at Kansas, Jimmy Johnson was leading the race, and Carl Edwards said, I'm throwing caution to the wind. I'm going to go into the turn harder than I've ever done it before. He ended up hitting the wall, but everybody was like, that was a valiant effort. You tried. You did something.
Listen, he's not scared. I can promise you that. He made a valiant move that day, and right there, it did not work out, but what else are you going to do other than try something aggressive?
You got to be aggressive. You got to try to get by Kyle Busch today, as he has been definitely the one to beat. Almost like his car has been on rails today. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. the top 2. Then it's Kenseth, Harvick, Edwards in the top 5. Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski running 6th and 7th. We talked about the strategy earlier that they tried to employ. At lap 84, everything got evened out for Logano. His strategy wasn't going to work anymore because everyone pitted at the same time.
Yeah, what was the aggressive strategy became the race strategy. But, a lap ago, Martin Truex Jr. has been able to do something no one else has really been able to do today, and that is run a faster lap than Kyle Busch. He didn't gain much, but he gained a little under a 1/10 of a second on our leader. That lap lost a little bit, but that has to be a little bit of hope for the 78 that maybe he can run this 18 down in the last 21 laps.
With an update on Logano's teammate Brad Keselowski, Kelly.
Rick, during that last caution, one of the members of the 2 crew received some medical attention. It was Jeremy Ogles, the front tire carrier, got hit in the head with a lug nut, suffered a cut there on his forehead. You can see it there, so had a little bit of medical attention paid to him, but he smiled and laughed at me when I asked him if he was okay, and to kind of underscore how not serious it was, they put a Minions cartoon Band-Aid on his forehead, but still nonetheless a very dangerous job for the guys out on pit road.
Everything about racing is dangerous, and when you think about it, the guys coming out of the pit stalls, the lug nuts are going to be laying there. 5 lug nuts from each wheel will be laying on the ground, and when they're spinning the tires, those things could end up flying, and obviously one did in that situation. Fastest lap turned that time by Martin Truex Jr., who's running 2nd to Kyle Busch. Problem is, Kyle Busch ran the 2nd fastest lap, so not able to gain a lot was Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, Rick, but that was a full 1/10 of a second, and with only a 1-second lead and 20 laps to go, if Martin Truex can string a few of those laps together, maybe get close enough to put some pressure on Kyle Busch. That's what we haven't seen today. We've talked all weekend about how difficult this racetrack is. We've talked about the heat. Now we're 140 laps into the racetrack. These drivers can get tired. You see right here, this is how the driver got hit with, the pit crew member got hit with a lug nut. As the drivers leave pit road, they spit those lug nuts up, and they can hit a pit crew member right there in the forehead.
Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano in the top 10. They're the fastest Fords. It's been 1999 since a Ford has won this race. That was Dale Jarrett back in 1999 when Ford won. Logano running 6th, the highest scored Ford. Kyle Busch, who ended Chevrolet's streak a year ago. They had won 12 consecutive races at the Brickyard, and Kyle Busch spoiled that streak and now looks to start a streak of his own.
And Rick, that's the distance. Once again, Truex faster than Kyle Busch, not by much, but still faster.
And I think too, when you're running second, and if you've been dominated all day long by the 18 car, he's been faster than you all day long. If you can just keep pace with him, that's a sign. Hey, we got a shot. We need a late race restart. If I have life, if I feel like I have a shot, if I have the same speed as him, then I do what we just saw Carl Edwards. We're trying to make something happen. It's going to be hard to run Kyle Busch down. We've seen it all day. He's been the fastest car. But late race restart, I'm matching his speed. I have an opportunity. So you have to see some sign of encouragement. I think Martin Truex is seeing it right now.
And Jeff, remember, he's been saying on the radio all day long, if you can just give me some track position, I think we can run with the leaders up front. But when he first got his glimpse of the 18 at real speed, first time he's seen him all day, remember, here's what he had to say on the radio.
Yeah, that 18 is awesome, dude. He's unreal. Yeah, he's been insane all day, so just keep doing what you're doing. We're fine.
But to Steve's point, they are gaining a little bit on that 18 car, a little bit every lap. And remember, the last 2 stops for Truex, they've made no changes. They've been very happy with this race car, Dave.
Marty, the leader's teammate, Matt Kenseth, in the yellow 20. You saw him jump through underneath there up to 3rd position. That was great. The restart before, he restarted on the outside and got passed by Kevin Harvick. Harvick now has fallen back behind Kenseth and has a very, very tight race car. So if we do see another restart, inside or outside can make a huge difference on these runs, especially if they get bottled up like they did through 1 and 2.
We have to remember Martin Truex Jr., Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, all really with the same engineering information, a lot of the same crew members, a lot of the same people back at the shop. They're not able to do what Kyle Busch is doing. Driving these cars obviously has definitely an advantage if you have the skills that Kyle Busch has.
NASCAR is all about the men and the machines. Well, the machines of those Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas, as you see, Carl Edwards gets so high in the short chute, I think he contacted the wall there, Jeff.
Yeah, he did. Came off turn 1. Turn 1 is very, very slick. It's the slickest part of the racetrack, and he went to throttle up trying to keep pace with the 4 car, used all the racetrack, slid up. If he didn't hit the wall, it was really close.
And what I was saying, Rick, is, it's all about the men and the machines that they're driving. And Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas all have roughly the same equipment. So I think it's worth noting that what Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens are doing with their equipment. They've taken advantage of it all weekend long. 2 poles, 1 win already, going for their 2nd win. Never been done in NASCAR. We're really seeing a historic performance out of Kyle Busch today.
And Steve, you talk about that same equipment. All 5 of the Toyotas brought brand new race cars to Indianapolis. You know, as a crew chief, Steve, this is where you bring your latest, greatest, best stuff as kind of a test for the chase. So all 5 Toyota teams, all the chassis coming from JGR, all brand new this weekend.
Marty, as impressive as Joe Gibbs Racing has become and has been over the past few weeks, you look at the flip side and Hendrick Motorsports and the struggles that they have been under. No wins in the last 14 races and no top 10 finishes in the last 3 races. That's the first time that's happened since 2000.
Yeah, Rick, and to take it one step further, in the Brickyard 400, only once have they not put a car inside the top 10, and that was last year. And now we see Jimmy Johnson on 11 trying to run Denny Hamlin down for that 10th position. 4 straight races without a car in the top 10. You have to go all the way back to 1984 to see the last time that has happened for this organization. So while Jimmy Johnson is a 6-time champion and he has won a race and looks like he's, well, it doesn't look like he's in the playoffs, they definitely just do not have the speed currently to keep up with some of the cars near the front.
Talking about having speed, trying to keep up. We saw Carl Edwards a little while ago get really high off of turn 1. You can see just right against the wall. It wasn't that he was loose off of 1 like I had assumed. He was just trying to use all the racetrack to set up his entry into turn 2, and he just misjudged it just a little bit. But the closer you can be to the wall really helps your angle of attack getting into turn 2, and he was just trying to get his angle correct, misjudged it by maybe 2 inches.
Enough to actually scratch the surface of the race car. 13 laps to go. Kyle Busch out in front. Already has led 126 laps. Martin Truex Jr. has been putting good laps down, but now not able to close the gap that he had tried to do after the restart. Kyle Larson with a great run, currently in 8th, and Kyle Larson will have to feel good leaving the racetrack as he is now above the cut line as far as who gets into the playoffs.
Remember, there's still 13 laps to go. We've seen a lot of crazy things happen, but right now, Kyle Larson has had a really big race trying to help himself, but also Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman, Austin Dillon, those 3 guys also are having solid races. They're not leading the race, they're not contending for the win, but they're having solid races and building points trying to make this chase.
And how about the 3 of Austin Dillon? He's plus 53. You talk about, you say it every year, Jeff, points matter. It's not just wins to make the playoffs. Well, Austin Dillon, nice, solid run inside the top 10. Him and Slugger Labby, really ever since Slugger Labby has been put with Austin Dillon, it seems like they've shown improvement, they've shown speed. They had to have a meeting a few weeks ago. Marty Snyder reported about that. They really had to get together and talk about what they need to do to get better at some of these racetracks. Well, they've done it here today. Plus 53 for the playoffs and a top 10 run going so far with 12 to go.
And I know Richard Childress wants to have faster race cars. I know he wants to be in the position to win more races and lead more laps. But what they do a very good job of is playing to their strength. Reliability, no wrecks, running all the laps. Those things are a staple of Richard Childress racing all the way back to when Dale Earnhardt was winning his races and winning his championships. We think about Dale Earnhardt winning races, leading laps, but they also were extremely reliable with their equipment, and that has carried on into this year. Think about Ryan Newman a couple years ago, almost won the championship using that as their strength.
Austin Dillon, 26-year-old out of Welcome, North Carolina. Still trying to hang on to that top 10 position as he's running 9th. Mike?
Just an update on Jeff Gordon. This team has worked on the car throughout the course of the afternoon. Jeff has said caution is out on the racetrack. We'll get back to that in a moment, Rick.
Yeah, caution comes out, and it looks as though it's going to be debris on the racetrack that brings the caution out, so we'll see another restart. You notice the left rear quarter panel flared out a little bit there. The debris is high in the middle of turns 1 and 2, is what the track workers are saying, so they will have to take care of that. You see it just on the exit of the turn.
Yeah, side skirt, doesn't it?
It does. It looks like an exhaust side skirt. You see it blowing right there. But that's a piece of metal. That is not a plastic side skirt. That is a aluminum or steel piece of metal. And you saw it was only a foot outside the right rear tire tracks. Remember, over 200 miles an hour on corner entry. NASCAR cannot allow the track to stay under the green flag position. They have to go pick that up. But what this does, decisions. Because with 20 laps on the tires, I think Kyle Busch's decision is pretty easy. There's no way Adam Stevens can pull the leader of the race off the Brickyard 400 with less than 10 to go. But where in that lead lap? Someone's going to come to pit road. Where? 2nd, 4th, 6th? Who's going to be the first team to take the hard left-hand turn and come to pit road for fresh Goodyear tires?
And sometimes leading a race is a disadvantage. So you know the car in front of you, that 18 car has been faster than you all day long. How are you going to win? You have to do something different than what they do. If they pit, a lot of cars are staying out. If they stay out, a lot of cars are going to pit. Tough decision for the 18. I think he has to stay out, but that opens the door for others.
Jack Nicklaus.
Did you hear that? That's code. They have already worked on it. They have already decided if you say Jack Nicklaus, you're either going to stay out or you're going to.
Look how many are coming, though, Rick. Look how many are coming. This is going to change the whole complexion of this race.
Kevin Harvick was 4th, and he makes the hard left turn onto pit road. So from 4th, you've got Keselowski, Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, Chase Elliott, McMurray, all on pit road. Mike?
Austin Dillon driving a brand new race car today, but it has been a work for sure. They've tuned up on it throughout the course of the day. It had been tuned and tight. They've got it to neutral. The best it's been all day. Kelly.
The 2 of Brad Keselowski also comes to pit road. It is a 4-tire change for the 2.
Kevin Harvick is on pit road for 4 tires. Car not handling well. Restart position if he stayed out. Even number. Not good. That's why he pitted, Marty.
The plan for Mike Wheeler and Denny Hamlin was 4 tires here and then an adjustment for Denny Hamlin. Remember, they had the speeding penalty earlier. They had made their way into the top 10, so not a lot to lose for Denny Hamlin and his team. With 4 fresh Goodyear tires, we'll see what ground they can make up.
And this will be interesting to see how many will be the buffer between the field and Kyle Busch.
Everybody is going to be gangbusters trying to get to the front here.
Yeah, this restart is going to be crazy. All right, so let's watch the field. Debris has been cleaned up at turn 1, Cole, and we are standing by to see if they give them a little to go. Tony Stewart one more time, and Indy with 8 laps to go. He's going to have to cycle all the way back around.
Yeah, he will be the 19th car to start the last car on the lead lap, but he has 4 fresh tires now.
Welcome back. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from the Brickyard, presented by Golden Corral. Next Sunday, NASCAR is back on NBCSN. It'll be Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. That race coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. Matt Kenseth won that race a year ago. Kenseth currently running 3rd here at the Brickyard. The 19 of Carl Edwards discussing what took place on the last restart, already thinking about the next restart. This is what they had to say.
Yeah, that last restart was awful. I just piled it down in there hoping it did not turn 0. So no matter what, get to the bottom. That's all we're doing here.
So that paints the picture of how hard it is for what Martin Truex is trying to do right here. He's got to find a way, if he's going to win this race, to leave turn 1 still beside Kyle Busch. But you just heard, Carl Edwards say he went to the outside, there was no grip. If Truex can stay side by side with the 18, watch the 20 of Matt Kenseth try to make a move getting into 2.
One of the other things that you have to look at and focus on is Kyle Busch is one of the best ever at restarts. So even on not as fresh tires, he's still very good.
Absolutely, but I'm looking back. We talked about Kevin Harvick. You heard Marty say that he pitted because he was going to be in an even number row on the outside. He's going to be restarting 7th, inside row. He seems a long way back, 4 rows back, but with fresh tires, turns 1 and 2. If he can get clear, Rick, he can make something happen.
It'll be 7 laps to go when they get to the start-finish line as they get ready to enter the restart zone. Can Kyle Busch hold them off for 7 more laps? Green flag back in the air. Not a good restart for Martin Truex Jr. He falls back all the way to 4th. And around goes the 19. Carl Edwards hard into the wall. 31 also around. The 12 with the 2 of Brad Keselowski connected. Danica Patrick in the 10 also involved.
Back from 43.
Ryan Blaney, I believe the 21. May have been caught up. Ryan Blaney, we had just praised Blaney as being in the top 16 in points, trying to get a playoff berth. As you see Ryan Blaney take the steering wheel off. Safety crew immediately to him.
Well, Jeff, you told us how crazy these restarts were going to be, and we saw it right here with under 10 to go. Very little give and take. Everyone trying to position themselves for that long run down the backstretch.
19 and 31 side by side. 19 just gets up the racetrack. I don't know if he got loose, got tight, got into the side of 31, and behind that it's just over.
He had mentioned earlier that his car got really tight on the last restart. We saw him go off the racetrack. You wonder if it leads with the nose. It's hard to tell. Definitely gets into 31's left rear quarter panel. Nothing he could do. But how about Kevin Harvick? Hard right-hand turn, gut by the spinning 31.
That was a big hit for Carl Edwards. That was a hard hit. And also, you know, about the 4 right behind the 19. Remember, when you get that close to another car, you're pulling the air off of that car. So you're taking a lot of downforce away from that car. You have a car on the outside of you, a car underneath, in front of you. All those things make your car very, very difficult to drive. And he already had trouble on the restart before. He said his car did not turn well at all. You take the aerodynamics away from the car, the downforce, and it drives worse. Watch the 4 car here.
Yeah, we're on board with the 4 car. You're going to see.
Watch him here. 2 in the 2 wide. 2 wide, 2 by 2. Still outside, tight.
19 just comes up the racetrack. You hear the throttle control. Kevin Harvick does a nice job not running into him. You see up in the right-hand corner of your screen, the red flag has been displayed. The field's been stopped. This is another on-board right here. Ryan Blaney. Just nowhere to go. A heavy impact.
Hold it right there.
That hurts. You see him holding his left arm. You see him clenching his left fist.
Very hard contact for Carl Edwards.
That's restarts. If you're Kevin Harvick, you have to punch. You have to have your nose underneath the car in front of you. If you're the guy on the outside, you got to get right next to him and try to pull the air off the car. That's what you have to do. The only way to move forward in a race like this is on these restarts. You have to be aggressive. But again, this went on last week. You know, the same thing that happened last week is happening this week.
Cautions late, restarts, chaos late. 2 cautions in the first 120 laps, 4 cautions since then. This one collecting 4 cars. Under a red flag condition. Following race coverage, stay tuned for the NASCAR America post-race show presented by Advance Auto Parts. And following that post-race show, be sure to catch Victory Lap, a full recap and analysis of today's race, all right here on NBCSN. Reminder, all week long, 6 o'clock, NASCAR America, keeping you up with all of the stories that are taking place in the world of NASCAR. Marty.
Dave Rogers made the assessment on the 19 car, and it's 2 damaged to go. Carl, what happened in that wreck?
It felt like I just got tight down there. I've been having a little trouble with the splitter on the starts. And I got down there, we were fighting really hard for the bottom, and it felt like I just got tight and hit whoever was on the outside of me. So if indeed that's what happened, I apologize. That's that's pretty frustrating. Yeah, I don't know if he came down or if I came up, but it felt like I got in there and just scrubbed that right front. Hopefully a Toyota wins. I feel bad for Stanley, Joe Gibbs Racing, everybody, and everybody's caught up in that wreck. That's frustrating.
And boy, restarts and outside line, all that tight, just really seemed to bother the 19 all day long.
Yeah, so I was having a lot of trouble the first corner on the outside, and I thought when I got down there the thing would stick because it was on the bottom, but I think it's something with the way we had everything going, the splitter. Plus I tried to cool the tires a little bit. Maybe could have cleaned them a little better, but yeah, sorry for everybody who got tied up in that. That's tough.
Carl Edwards' car, 2 damage to continue, guys.
Thanks, Marty. And while we're under red flag condition, take another look at the vehicles that were involved. Brad Keselowski, Danica Patrick, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Carl Edwards, Ryan Blaney, and Ryan Newman all caught up in this one.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting what Carl Edwards said. He said he tried to cool his tires. Maybe he should have cleaned them. And what he's referring to is you see cars before they take the green, you see them swerving back and forth under caution. The reason they're doing that is they're trying to get heat in their tires and also clean them. So from the earlier restart where his car didn't stick, he's thinking, hey, maybe I need to cool my tires off. So he probably didn't do that before the green flag. Instead of scuffing them, he just tried to get as much heat out of them as possible. Again, trying to do something to beat a dominant car all day long. And, you know, he was having trouble on restarts anyway. And as they all got bunched up, it just magnified that problem. I don't really think that, you know, he did anything wrong. You got to try to do something, and it just didn't work out.
So tire strategy is going to come into play now as we get ready for the restart, but still under red flag condition. Let's see if we can chat with Kyle Busch, who under this red flag condition, we hope we can talk with him a little bit about what his strategy will be, and with the fresh tires behind him, if he's at all nervous about that.
Hey, Kyle, Jeff Burton, NBCSN booth, you with us?
Yeah, man, gotcha.
Well, you have dominated this race all day long. What are you going to have to do to finish it off?
I think we just got to get a good restart here, like we just got on that one there, and hope that we can get down into turn 1 and then get single file after turn 1. That's going to be the best thing for us, and being able to have a chance to get through turn 2 and go win the race.
Well, I know sitting there you're just getting hotter by the minute. These cars get hot when you sit. How bad is it inside your car?
It's definitely warm, but I guess that's what we live for as race car drivers, is the warm. So, you know, I'm used to it pretty much, but guys have done a great job for me. They gave me a great driving car, so I haven't had to work as hard as probably many others out here. But also we worked on some of the cooling for me too, so I feel fresh and ready to go.
Kyle, thank you for taking time in a heated moment, obviously. Appreciate it. I know all the fans do. Good luck.
How about that? I'm probably cooler than some of the other guys out there. I haven't had to work as hard.
So he's right.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's harder to drive a race car running 15th than it is the one that's winning. And the reason why is the one that's winning is better than everybody else's. So to run 15th, you actually have to work harder than the guy running first. And it's so hard to understand that. When you hear rookies come into the series and they're back there racing at 20th, 22nd, 25th, they always say, I can't believe how hard you have to race for 25th. The competition is tough back there, and you have to drive the car actually harder there than you do in the front.
Dave.
Tony Stewart wasn't listed in that graphic we showed, but he did get a piece of the action. Listen.
Copy that. I hit him square. I just don't know how strong everything in the front end is. Well, we knew it was your last season. You were getting in the car. We put a little extra bracing in there. Copy that.
This team always having fun, reminding the champ in his final season. If he wanted to do a little extra bumper work, he could. He hit a car flush, but they're going to come to pit road just to probably tape down the left front of that hood. They sense there was a little bit of pickup there on the left side.
After starting third on the day, Tony Stewart in his final Brickyard 400 has had an up and down day. Had to get a free pass to get back on the lead lap here under this most recent caution.
Yeah, we mentioned about how hot these cars can get under these cautions. Look at that thermometer in Tony Stewart's car, 115 degrees. It's been about 110 under racing conditions, but as the car sat, it has really heated up. Now, Tony Stewart back on the lead lap, currently 17th. We'll see. You never know in these restarts. We could have a ton of overtime, right? We have to find our way to that line. We're not even to overtime yet, so there's a lot that can still happen in these 6 short laps.
Yeah, what's really bad, too, when you sit there, a lot of times you can't run the fan with that helmet we talked about, that helmet hose earlier that puts air into your helmet. If you sit there and run that fan or run the battery down, the car won't start. So a lot of times the team will tell you to, turn the fan off, don't use it. They told me that and always did anyway. I just lied and told them it's off. But it gets so hot without air going in the helmet.
The other big story of the day was Jeff Gordon coming back to fill in for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Mike, what's happening with his day?
Rick, one of the many things he's had to adjust to this weekend is a brand new spotter. Throughout the recent years, he's used Eddie DeHaan. Today, though, he's using Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s spotter. That would be TJ Majors. Majors caught his attention, though, back in Daytona for the Daytona 500 in February. While Jeff was doing some TV work, he noticed how he spotted for Dale Jr., complimented him. I spoke with Majors today. He said he was blown away by that, and even more blown away when Jeff called him last week to talk about spotting for this race. It's come full circle today because in that particular wreck, TJ Majors was the guy who helped navigate Jeff Gordon through the accident without any damage.
Jeff Gordon will restart just in front of Tony Stewart. About 3 spots in front. Kyle Busch pretty much gave us his game plan. I have to have a great restart. I've got to be up front when we get out of turn 2 so that it can get single file. And he thinks he can stay out front then.
And that all starts in that restart zone, Rick. Basically, as the leader, Kyle Busch, as you see, 133 laps today. That's unbelievable. But really, Marty, it all comes down to how he can accelerate out of that zone. If he can beat the second-place car to the end of the front stretch, he has a great opportunity.
And Steve, there's also cars who are involved in that last wreck on pit road, still trying to get the repairs fixed, including Ryan Newman. Massive chase implications here. Remember, they're fairly comfortably in the chase right now in the 15th position, but they cannot afford to lose any more points. They have done a terrific job of getting the patchwork done on the front, but you can see the rear still really damaged for Ryan Newman. But as they've been reminding him, listen, you only have to limp it around for 6 more laps. So trying to do the patchwork and keep him out on the racetrack and stay on the lead lap, Kelly.
No chase implications for Brad Keselowski. He's already in with 4 wins, but they were trying desperately to get Roger Penske his first Brickyard 400 win. When they sat here on pit road making repairs, here's the conversation of what Brad saw in that last wreck.
Sorry about that, Paul. Nothing you could do there, Phil. Nothing. Oh, we're in a good spot there. Paul could have held it low. I was going to clear him and have all the no-tire cars and try to gobble them up.
So you heard Paul Wolfe apologizing for bringing him to pit road, but Brad pointed out it wouldn't have mattered if I had tires or not. I was in the same position. I would have been caught up in that wreck one way or another. They've made repairs, fresh tires for that too, to finish this race out.
And these cars really more or less trying to get through the last 5 laps. As we look at the chase grid, the implications big for the 21 team of Ryan Blaney. Prior to that accident, Ryan Blaney was flirting with a top 16 position. And now after that accident, again, 1 point for every position. Ryan Blaney has now dropped down 13 points below the cut line.
And again, this is as they run down, and there are a lot of things that can happen before the end of this race, but look how close it is from 16th to 20th. It is very, very close, and it's going to continue to be. And the other thing, too, we talked about Ryan Newman and the damage that he had. You know, the fact that Ryan Blaney was in that wreck, the fact that the 31 car was in that wreck, that helps him because although, the 31 car was in the wreck, the fact that other people in that wreck, that really helps him trying to make this race because really all you're doing is comparing yourself to other people. And as they have trouble, then it doesn't matter so much as you have trouble. So more people being in that wreck was actually a benefit to some of these guys.
Joey Logano running 3rd in the 50th anniversary season for Penske. They have never won the Brickyard 400. And Joey Logano in a position to give Roger Penske his first ever Brickyard 400 win.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We got a shot at this thing still. Great things are happening. 10 for not over till it's over, right? Oh, it's far from over. Like your attitude. Me too. Like yours too. We don't lack attitude, do we?
And we could hear Roger Penske on there. I like that attitude. So successful. What an incredible history Roger Penske has at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 16 Indy 500 wins. That's the most of all owners. 47 career starts in the Brickyard 400, but the best finish, 2nd, happened 4 times. Rusty Wallace 3, and Joey Logano once last year. Finished 2nd to Kyle Busch. He doesn't want to have that same finish this weekend as he now runs third to Kyle Busch. Matt Kenseth running second as we get ready for the restart. Will it be the final restart, though?
I don't know if it'll be the final restart, but I did agree with Joey Logano when he said it's far from over. This is a big track. Turns 1 and 2, we've already seen how difficult it can be. There's a lot that can happen in these final restarts, and it's even getting more complicated as these laps wear down. That might be better for Kyle Busch, but as the accidents continue, that keeps moving fresher tires closer and closer to the front.
And Steve, you got to get a hand in talking about Joey Logano to Todd Gordon and all the things that he's done today. Remember in practice yesterday, they were, or Friday actually, they were half second off on older tires. They really threw a lot of things at the car this afternoon and honestly did not know what to expect. I asked Todd, starting to get worried about the speed that the 22 may be lacking. He said, no, people have asked me that. He said, but you have to remember at this point last year, we had 1 win. It wasn't until after Watkins Glen that we got all those wins and went in the chase with 5 wins last year. So he thinks we're a second half team, and they're certainly showing it with their rally ability, not only here at Indianapolis, but remember last week at New Hampshire too. They struggled with a race car all day long, wound up finishing in the top 5. They're showing it once again that they can finish well, and that's what you need in the chase.
Well, Steve, you talked about it a minute ago, how the 18 car, he's done what he needs to do is leave the restart zone with the lead, and that's what he's been so good at. We think about Kyle Busch on restarts, making it 3 wide, 4 wide on the outside, making these big aggressive moves, but on these racetracks, what he does such a good job when he's leading is holding the lead by the time he gets to turn 1, and that is leaving the restart zone, and that is so important. That's going to be harder right now, though. We got some stuff going on the racetrack, and we are going to have to he is going to have to restart with all this on the racetrack. Now, right now it's in the high groove, but there's a lot of speedy dry on the racetrack. They're trying to get it cleaned up, but the fact that it is in the high groove, I think that benefits Kyle Busch even more.
Well, another major reason why Kyle Busch needs to leave the restart zone with great acceleration, because that last accident took out a group of cars that had stayed on the racetrack. So look at this list right here. The front 4 cars all pitted at lap 122. The most important line, though, right there. Below that line, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Jimmy Johnson, Austin Dillon, all with 20-lap fresher Goodyear tires. I think that will not come into play if the front 4 get a great start and get single file. But if there's any sort of mix-up in turn 1, and either Harvick, Hamlin, or Johnson can somehow get 3 wide down the backstretch and get closer to the front 2, those tires will pay off, Jeff.
The whole key right here is, again, it's all about the restart Matt Kenseth can get. If Matt Kenseth can put himself in a position to be side by side with the 18, will then advantage Joey Logano in 3rd position. So this all hinges on what the 18 can do taking off, but what the 20 can do as far as keeping up with him.
And look at the recoveries we've had, Rick. We have Kevin Harvick in 5th. He thought he had a flat tire, had to come to pit road unscheduled. The 11 and Denny Hamlin in 6th. Jimmy Johnson in 7th. Both had speeding penalties. They have done a great job of digging back throughout the entire day to at least give themselves a shot. Now, we've yet to see somebody pass Kyle Busch, but at least they can see him out the windshield.
They have cleaned off the racetrack right at the restart zone all the way to the start-finish line. When they get to the start-finish line, it will be 2 to go. That is not overtime, at least for now. They will be going the advertised distance, 160 laps. Kyle Busch has already explained what he wants to have happen. Wants to be able to get through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, be able to have the lead as he exits turn number 2. He thinks that he has the car and enough tires that he can make it all the way back around 2 more times to get the checkered flag and win his 2nd Brickyard 400. Again, Kyle Busch trying to make history, winning the pole and the races in both races at the Brickyard on the same weekend. It's never been done before.
You mentioned this, but I think it's important. This is not overtime. So this is still the scheduled distance. So if we don't get back to the white flag before a caution comes out, we're going to redo this all again and move into NASCAR overtime.
Great point, Steve, as we look at row 1, row 2, back to row 3, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick.
See everybody cleaning their tires very aggressively, trying to make sure they are clean. They ran through that speedy dry, so it's very important to have clean tires. Spin those rear tires, put some heat in them, get ready to go.
Most recent caution was because of an aggressive restart by the 19 of Carl Edwards. Let's see who gets aggressive on this restart. Kyle Busch on the inside, Matt Kenseth on the outside. Into the restart zone they go. We're back to racing at the Brickyard. Great restart for Kyle Busch. Joey Logano moves all the way up to second. He gets in front of Matt Kenseth. Logano trying to win the Brickyard 400 for the first time for Penske. Kyle Busch did exactly what he said he wanted to do. Get out in front and try to put distance between himself and the field. Oh, around goes the 6. Trevor Bayne into the inside wall. The 15 of Clint Bowyer also.
Yellow's out.
Caution is out. They didn't get back to the white. We will now have overtime.
We're back around here.
Another driver that was right on the cut line to get into the playoffs. Trevor Bayne in the 6. Free pass will go to the 34. So Chris Buescher will be back on the lead lap. And that will put 19 cars on the lead lap as we will attempt overtime for the first time. Take a look at what happened. This was on the backstretch.
So Trevor Bayne trying to block Clint Bowyer. Clint Bowyer had a run on him. Trevor Bayne trying to block him. Not going well for either one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, I know they're racing hard, but with only 6 cars 1 lap down, both of these cars are 1 lap down. These are the decisions that Trevor Bayne has to make better decisions on. While I know he needs to block, but he runs the 15. You see all the way to the grass. Clint Bowyer could get out of the gas, but why should he? He feels he's inside the 6. It's unfortunate for both of them, but to be real about the situation, a much bigger penalty for the 6.
Oh, wife Samantha Busch there. The reaction to the caution coming out. So now with the overtime, the way this will work, once they get the green flag, they will have to make it all the way back around to over midway through the back straight to this line, the overtime line. Race leader, whoever that may be, if they get to that white line prior to a caution flag coming out, that overtime will be considered official, and the next flag will end the race, either a caution or the checkered flag. Once they get to that overtime line, they will try to race all the way back to the checker.
And we keep changing who the car is on the outside of Kyle Busch. You know, now we got another driver. Now we got Joey Logano with a chance to try to enter turn 1 next to Kyle Busch. No one's been able to do it yet. And Kyle Busch is every single restart. He consistently beats everybody into turn 1, not by half a car length. The closest anybody came was Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards was pretty close, wasn't able to pull it off. Everybody else, he's cleared by car length, 2 car lengths.
So this is going to seem odd, but you know, the last time these leaders were on pit road was lap 122. That's 38 laps ago. We've had 16, now 17 laps of caution, so I don't think it makes a big difference. But remember, our pit window was 36 to 39 laps. Right. I would have hoped that these drivers were doing their job under yellow, saving fuel, but sometimes it's not just having enough to get to the finish. But when you talk about flat racetracks, sometimes they didn't pick up accurately in the fuel cell, or just a little air bubble in the fuel line. All it takes is a stumble. We're not talking running out of gas. We're just talking about how important the restart is. If any of these front 4 try to accelerate and there is the least bit of stumble, a car behind them is going to have no notice and no patience, and perhaps we can have another restart and an accident on the front stretch.
And Steve, guess what the note I just held up to Adam Stevens was? Are you worried about fuel? He shook his head no, but he has told Kyle Busch 4 times on the radio, save, save, save. They've also told Kyle on the radio they're going to try and blow off the entire backstretch with the jet dryer to make sure it's clean. That's going to take more time. So to your point, it's certainly in the crew chief's minds. They don't seem to be terribly worried about it right now, though.
Yeah, Marty, we a lot of times we show in-car cameras and we show cars, you know, the drivers cutting the cars off right after a caution. And people are always asking, why are they cutting the cars off? This is why. Because when you pit, you never know when you're going to have to stretch fuel. You don't know what's your favorite saying, Steve? You don't know it's a fuel mileage race until you know it's a fuel mileage race. So you have to assume that every single race is going to be fuel mileage. And the minute you leave pit road, you have to have that in your head. So you had to start saving fuel back when you pitted on lap 122. That needed to have started then. It just can't start right now.
Jeff, you're rolling down the highway. The car in front of you swerves out of the way, and bam, you hit something. That happened to Matt Kenseth. Listen.
Just watch for debris.
Yeah, a little too late. Check that splitter. They say the whole bumper bar started up with the splitter trying to put all this grass.
He thought he hit a bumper bar dead center there. They've looked it over. They're so far keeping Matt out there, and I can't see any big hole or anything on the front, but it was a surprise to Matt.
That's not a good feeling, you know, because you don't know what kind of damage is done. You're sitting in that race car. You don't know what the splitter looks like. You don't know what kind of damage it did underneath the car. Could have grabbed an oil line. Could have grabbed all kinds of things underneath the car. So not a good sound and not a good feeling by any means to run over something that big.
Kyle Busch setting a new record of laps led at the Brickyard, 140 and counting. What he's racing for, he has won before. The coveted prize at the end of this race, beautiful trophy, and getting into victory lane at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He did it a year ago, trying to close out the deal as we have gone to overtime. We'll be right back for the restart from the Brickyard. Like the Daytona 500, this place is as big as it gets in stock car racing. Racing at the Brickyard, winning at the Brickyard, the possibility of kissing the bricks at one of the most historic and iconic racetracks in the world. Drivers with an opportunity. The 48 of Jimmie Johnson has put himself back in position. Surprisingly back up into the top 10.
Yeah, Rick, we were very critical about Hendrick Motorsports and their lack of speed over the last few weeks and their lack of top 10s. The 48 of Jimmie Johnson and Chad Knaus have dug deep, have recovered from a speeding penalty, back up into that top 10, currently running 7th.
Yeah, just ahead of him, the 4-car Kevin Harvick. Early in the race, we saw they had to come down pit road. Kevin thought he had a problem, ended up not having a problem, which always puts a little doubt in the driver's mind. He fought through it. In parts of the race, I thought had the fastest car. And then he's gotten to the front. He really hadn't been able to make a way forward. And now he's got to restart on the outside. So the challenge is getting ready to get even bigger.
And in front of the 4 is the 11 of Denny Hamlin, our Daytona 500 champion. We've not seen a lot of speed out of this 11 over the summer months compared to his teammates like Kyle Busch and Matt Kenseth, but also recovered from a speeding penalty, and which is, unfortunately for the 11, not new for him this year. The most speeding penalties of any driver in 2016, but has stuck with it up to the 5th position to really join all of his teammates back up front with the Joe Gibbs Toyotas.
Yeah, 7 speeding penalties this year, 11 total penalties overall. And I talked to Mike Wheeler earlier today. He said number 1 on the list, execution. So that didn't happen on pit road this afternoon, but they have recovered very nicely. And twice this year, he's recovered with a 3rd place finish, as you saw in the 5th place right now. His AC inside the car has not been working great all day long. They think eventually that drained the main battery, so he's had to switch to his backup battery here for the final few laps for Denny Hamlin. But a nice recovery after that speeding penalty.
You can see on the outside of the 20, Martin Truex, Martin Truex Jr. That blue confused me. See Martin Truex Jr.
Right.
you know, this is a team that has led a lot of laps, been in position to win a lot of races. They talked about their inconsistency, not being able to be consistent on finishing races. They're right there with another shot to win the race, but again, much like Harvick, in the outside line, it's going to be tough.
Well, with the inside line is the 20 of Matt Kenseth, a two-time runner-up in the Brickyard 400. You know he wants to win this. This is one of 5 tracks that the 20 of Matt Kenseth hasn't won on. A Sprint Cup champion, has accomplished so much in his career, Rick. These opportunities are not going to continue to come with the car he's had today. Although it's maybe not been quite as good as Kyle Busch's, a great opportunity presents itself here in overtime.
All right, on the outside of the 18, Joey Logano, another guy with a shot to try to figure out how Kyle Busch is so good on these restarts. I wonder if Joey Logano has been watching and paying attention, and maybe if Kyle Busch has had so many restarts, he's taught these guys something. So I'm going to say it for the 3rd time. The only chance is for Joey Logano to get a great restart, which is very hard on that outside line, and enter turn 1 side by side with the 18.
For Kyle Busch, it's very simple. He's been perfect all weekend, both poles in a race win. He needs to be perfect at least one more time in this restart zone. If he does that, I believe he'll be kissing the bricks here this afternoon.
Getting ready for the restart. Lights are off on the pace car. Once again, they've got to get all the way back to the back stretch in the overtime line before a flag comes out for this to be an official attempt at the final overtime. Trying to make history. Coming back into the restart zone. Kyle Busch, the lead and control car. Green flags back in the air. We're in overtime, sponsored by Credit One. And around goes the 1 of Jamie McMurray. He'll slide back up the racetrack. Caution is out again. 44 of Brian Scott, the 3 of Austin Dillon involved. See damage to the 31 of Ryan Newman. Entering turn number 1.
Be the priority. Just getting it to roll, get the tires to clear. That's all we got to do, guys.
Casey Kane will be the free pass recipient.
See the flat, Jack.
And you see the damage, extensive damage to the left front, wheel not even turning.
And as the 1 tries to make it back to pit road, you see him debris coming off that 1 car. That's going to add laps to this caution period. Remember, well, here's the replay right here. Jamie McMurray in the high line, trying to accelerate. They're past the start-finish line, looking to enter turn 1. And it just takes a hard left. I don't know if he thinks he was going to be clear in front of the 14, Jeff, but the 1 takes a hard left across the right front fender of Tony Stewart, sending the 1 down to the access road, really.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to hit really hard right here. I thought he kind of got lucky, but as he comes across the racetrack, he gets in the side of the 31. Had the 31 not been there, he would have hit the wall much harder, in my opinion. So I thought he kind of went through there unscathed, but look at the left rear on the 1 car. I mean, I'm sure it's flat because he got into the 14, but as abruptly as he went, I agree with you. I think he was trying to get in front of the 14. He saw that hole, just misjudged it a little bit. Contact.
You know, but you do have a point. Was it flat? Is that what made the 1 turn left? Or was the contact with the 14? Without a doubt, the left rear's flat. But was it the contact or the result? On board with the 14 must be a great shot right here.
He just saw the hole. He saw the hole and went for it. You know, we've been talking about it.
Keep digging.
You've got to find your way to the bottom. Right here, there's a hole. There's a gap behind the 24 car. He sees it. He goes into it. 14 coming. That's right at the braking zone, too. Okay? So that's what makes that very difficult to judge. It's right on the braking zone, and you don't know if the 14 is going to brake or not, you know, as far as where he lives. So the 1 of Jamie, he saw that hole. He went for it. The 14 also saw that hole and knows he needs to fill it. So he's trying to move up in there, trying to brake late. Murray just came down trying to fill the hole.
I had mentioned the 3 was in it. It was the 31 of Ryan Newman. It wasn't the 3 of Austin Dillon, so the 31 involved in this incident.
It's been a rough few cautions for the entire Chase grid. We've had the 31 in an accident, the 1 in an accident. Kyle Larson is surviving in 8th, looking good, trying to gain some points. Trevor Bain's been caught up in an accident. Ryan Blaney was caught up in an accident. So a lot of moving on that Chase grid here in the closing laps.
I'd mentioned the 5 of Casey Kane receiving the free pass. Casey Kane, before this restart, 9 points out of the playoffs. How about the restart up front, though?
Oh, yeah. So I thought it was on right there. Look at the 22. The 18 has a good run, but watch the 22 getting into 1. He's up next to him. They're into the corner. He was there. Look at how loose the 18 got. So now the caution comes down. So now the blueprint and the game plan is out there. The 22's right on the side of the 18. It gets the 18 loose. So now Joey Logano is thinking, okay, I got a shot. I know it's going to be hard, but if I can get my left front on his right rear, get him loose, slow that momentum down, even if I don't pass him, if I can get right behind him and try to get by him into turn 1, into turn 2, because his momentum is slowed, he now has optimism thinking he can beat him.
And you know who really loved to see that? Matt Kenseth, because if he can get the 18 loose, both up the racetrack, that yellow number 20 will come through and he'll have the lead off too.
Back at Indianapolis, about to make our second attempt at an overtime start here. Kyle Busch getting a little concerned about the fuel in the car. Adam Stevens has asked him to save hard several times. Here's what they said on the radio.
They need to red flag it, clean the damn track up, let us race. Well, obviously we're not doing a very good job of racing. All we're doing is wrecking. So I'm not so sure that a clean track makes a difference, but I'm with you.
Of course, red flagging it would save them a little bit of fuel. So fuel starting to creep in the conversation a little bit more with more of these cautions, Kelly.
But along those same lines, here's what Chad Knaus told his driver, Jimmie Johnson.
These guys are pretty nervous up here about fuel. We need to be semi-nervous about fuel.
Semi-nervous because they came to pit road on lap 151, but they did not take fuel that time. I just checked in with the team, Ron Malik, the car chief, who says, I think we'll be okay.
Well, you know, you heard the 48 came to pit road and he didn't put fuel in. A lot of crew chiefs will do that because you can have a much faster pit stop if the gas man could pull the tires. So you see right here, laps since last pit, 45 for the leader, 16 for the few behind them. But we just heard Jimmie Johnson, even though it's only been 16 laps, no fuel was added. So it's going to be questionable. Remember, we've had a rash of guys not keeping up to speed on the caution, so I think it's been harder to save fuel under yellow these last few weeks.
And Steve, Matt Kenseth asked about his fuel situation, and his crew chief said, I feel good about it.
That's good, because what Matt Kenseth needs to be worrying about right now is getting a good restart. We just saw Joey Logano get on the side of the 18, pull him around loose. You mentioned it, Steve. If the 20 could be in position, getting into turn 1, even if the 22 is not there, if the 20 can be on the 18's rear bumper and force the issue, he has a chance to win this race. No one's been able to do it all day today, but leaving the restart zone is critical for what the 20 car's got to do right now.
One of the most coveted wins in all of racing. In front of who today? Will it be Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex Jr. all in the top 4? Back to racing at the Brickyard. Second attempt at overtime. Busch able to clear the 22 of Joey Logano. He gets up the racetrack a little bit higher as they come out of 2. That allows Kenseth to move inside of Joey Logano. Now the race to the overtime line. They stay green. He gets to the overtime line. It will be an official attempt at overtime. Kyle Busch, Matt Kenseth. Joey Logano's dropped back to 3rd. Denny Hamlin, 4th.
White flag 1 more by 10. Duggan Dyson here again, coming back no matter what. No worries, take your mark.
They spread out as they come by the grandstands. 1 lap to go. The question now, do they have enough fuel to go all the way around? Through 1 and 2. Kyle Busch way out front. Kyle Busch, after winning the championship in 2015, many wondered if he could finish races, if he could win the championship. He showed everyone a year ago he could do just that. Now he'll get through 4 for the final time at the Brickyard in a racetrack that makes legends. Kyle Busch has been legendary today. Kyle Busch, back-to-back, wins at the Brickyard.
Woo! Let's get some skills on the brakes, boys! Yes! Way to go, team! This is your house, KB. Your house, man. I'm proud of you. You did it.
Kyle Busch is separating himself.
Great team, great team. Great team. Plural. Good job.
Even from the greats and the greatest of this sport. He swept both races a year ago. He does it again at one of the most historic racetracks in the world. First driver in NASCAR history to sweep both poles and races in the same weekend. The maturity of Kyle Busch showing through as he gets another Brickyard 400 win. Kyle Busch celebrating at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. No one can question how dominant this performance was by the 18 team, leading 149 laps. Let's hear from team owner. He's standing by with Dave.
And that was like a 49-0 victory on the football field, but it didn't happen without a couple of restarts there at the end. How nervous were you, Coach?
No, I was real nervous. I felt like the more restarts we had, the tougher it's going to be on us because some of those guys had 4 tires. Kyle just did a great job. I'm happy for Skittles, Mars, everybody back there at Mars. We just want to thank you so much. This is just a great deal for us.
We've just seen so much, sorry, Coach, conditioning be so important. How impressed are you that Kyle outlasted him that way, too?
Well, I think for everybody out there, it was hard on them. So I think these guys, though, are in good condition to drive these cars like this. You got to admire them. So the whole field. So we appreciate being here. All the fans at Indy, we love coming to Indy. The Lord's blessed us with a great day.
Big day for Joe Gibbs Racing, and now Kyle. It's like a little extra time, a little overtime himself there, Rick.
Yeah, and how about this? What a great moment. The 14 and the 88 taking a final lap around Indianapolis Motor Speedway together. Tony Stewart in his final season. Jeff Gordon coming out of retirement to substitute drive for Dale Earnhardt Jr. And recognizing the fans here at Indianapolis who have been so good to both these drivers.
Yeah, I think recognizing the fans, but also recognizing each other. There's a lot of respect between these two race car drivers. They both know and recognize the ability of the other and the effort that they've both put into their careers. And you can see, just think about this a little while ago. They thought about this a couple days ago, I would imagine.
The championships between the two, the race wins. As Kyle Busch continues his celebration. We'll go for the checkered flag. It's becoming very familiar what Kyle Busch can do behind the wheel of a race car. As he makes his way back to the car, the bow.
We talked about it earlier, Steve. You know, as racers, we have so much respect for what they did this weekend. What Kyle Busch did, Joe Gibbs Racing. We would have loved to have been part of something that made NASCAR history. It's something no one's ever done before. The reason they've never done it before, because it's exceptionally hard to pull it off.
Yeah, Rick, now that I'm no longer on top of the pit box, I look back at my stats of what I was able to accomplish, and I remember how difficult those wins were, how difficult those poles were. I can't get my brain around sweeping a weekend. This performance by Kyle Busch, it truly is legendary. When you talk about Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon and what they've accomplished in their careers, Kyle Busch is starting to write a resume that compares with major names like those two.
Yeah, the greats. The only thing that's not on the resume right now is multiple championships, but he's well on his way to potentially his second championship and defending the title that he won a year ago. Kyle Busch following the 14 and 88 onto pit road as he will head to victory lane for a second time in his career. And then it'll be the ceremonial kissing of the bricks that you're able to earn when you win at the Brickyard. Samantha celebrating. Joe Gibbs, the coach, a big smile on his face. Another win at the Brickyard. We'll hear from the winner when we come back. Very emotional as Tony Stewart has run his last Brickyard 400. Announced last year that 2016 would be the final season for him to run in the Sprint Cup Series, and getting the congratulatory hugs from not only Jeff Gordon but also team members. A very big and emotional day for Tony Stewart, and an even bigger one for Kyle Busch. As one championship and one champion retired a year ago, Tony Stewart retiring this year. Now we have a champion back in victory lane. Marty.
It's a familiar place for Kyle Busch. He won the Brickyard 400 last year. He makes it 2 years in a row getting to victory lane, but this one in very dominant fashion, leading 149 laps. And this is how you celebrate when you win the Brickyard. Skittles flying everywhere. Careful, those Skittles hurt, don't they? Kyle, you told me this afternoon before you were introduced to the fans, we have an unbelievable car, but did you expect it to be that dominant?
No, I guess I didn't, but I certainly had hoped it would be like that and be that good. You know, this Skittles Camry was awesome. I just can't thank everyone from Skittles enough, everyone from M&M, and M&M's in their 75th anniversary season this season with us, of course, Interstate Batteries. This Toyota was awesome today. Man, it was just so fast, and being able to get out front and stay out front, and not even some of my teammates could challenge us. You know, we just had it hooked up, man. This thing was on rails. So can't say enough about, you know, Sprint, everything they've done for our sport. Of course, the fans, thank everybody for being here, everybody on TV. You guys are awesome. NOS Energy Drink, they power me all the time, and of course, DBX too. So we appreciate all of our partners here at Joe Gibbs Racing. Adam Stevens and these guys are a phenomenal group, and I'm proud to be winning with them, of course. And it's just fun to come out here and have such a dominant piece like that at Indy. They don't come along very often, so I was just hoping that I wouldn't screw it up.
What kind of message do you think this sent to the rest of the competition? Do you think you guys have now kind of set yourselves up as the team to beat come November?
Joe Gibbs Racing, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say the 18. I think any of us have a shot to win any given week there is. You know, Carl was really strong today. Matt was strong today. Truex showed his strength today as well, too. Denny was there as well. So, you know, we all have great communication and great camaraderie, and we're able to work together real well, and that's what makes this team so strong. So, guys at the shop have just been doing a great job, and TRD, you know, the guys out at Costa Mesa, they've done a phenomenal job with these motors. So it's pretty cool to come out here and have another Brickyard 400 victory, 2 in a row, and to celebrate with all this team, and of course, beautiful family too.
That's it, the beautiful family as well, and we'll bring in Samantha and Brexton as well, and I've got to ask Kyle about some history once he gets a hug and a kiss from the family. We talked about this earlier too. Let's bring Brexton in on the interview. You were aware of the record that you had the chance to be the first driver in NASCAR history to win both poles and both races in the weekend. What's that significance to you?
It's so cool because you know, it hasn't been done before. I've tried and have been successful at being able to do a lot of things that other people haven't done before. So I guess I give myself more chances than anyone really, because I probably run most Xfinity races. But man, when it helps you and it's helping you win on Sundays, then that's just what makes everything so worthwhile on running those Saturday races. So I can't say enough about everyone on that NOS Energy Drink Camry. The guys on Saturday, they do such a great job too, and helping prepare me and getting me ready to be able to do this stuff right here on Sunday.
I think Brexton wants the mic. You guys have a date with some bricks. Take off, okay?
Sounds great, man. Thank you.
Kyle Busch going to go kiss some bricks. They told him it was his house. I think Kyle Busch's house, Rick, is built with bricks.
Absolutely. And again, a sentimental day for two legends. Tony Stewart getting the embrace from Jeff Gordon. Again, Tony Stewart's final Brickyard 400. Let's hear from him. Jim Kelly.
And obviously a lot of media attention and fanfare surrounding Tony. Your final Brickyard 400, you got to share that hug and some moments on track with Jeff Gordon. What did it mean to have that with Jeff?
That's cool. I mean, it's, you know, I knew when we got the checkered, I mean, you just didn't want to come in quite yet, and I wanted to run one more lap, and Jeff was around us, and before that last green run, and told my spotter to go get his spotter and said, after this thing's over, we need to go a lap around here together, because it most likely is the last time we'll both get a chance to do that. So I couldn't think of a better guy to share that moment with than Jeff.
The score sheets will show you finishing 11th, but what will stand out most about this weekend?
That this has been the most relaxing Brickyard I've ever had, and probably the most fun I've had at a Brickyard. I mean, it was nice to win those two races, but it was stressful to do it. And for some reason this weekend, you know, Drew Brown and Eddie Jarvis and everybody, they just made my schedule as open as they could to let me enjoy it, and we did. We had a lot of fun this weekend from start to finish.
And fun being the operative word, it seems like you're having a lot of fun as of late. What is it like to experience that in your final season?
It's a heck of a lot better than being frustrated all the time. So, you know, there's just so many cool people that we care about in this series, and it's other team owners, it's other, you know, team members, crew chiefs, drivers, and you know, we're just having fun with it, and that's what we said we wanted to do at the start of the year, and we wanted to have fun and win a race. We've done all that, and I don't think we're quite done yet. So, you know, we're just going to keep having fun and going for it. I mean, you know, I put us way behind today with a penalty that got us a lap down and at the back of the longest line, and you know, the battle back to 11th. I'm pretty proud of that for our whole team.
Not only is he proud, I'm sure this entire city of Indianapolis proud today of Tony Stewart. Mike?
And also proud of Jeff Gordon. A year ago when you raced here at the Brickyard, we all thought that was your last hurrah here. Today probably was. What was it like to say goodbye to this facility?
Better than last year. Didn't go very well, and it was a fight. Wow. You know, the challenge is to be out there against the best, and especially on those restarts. I got my butt kicked on restarts today. It was embarrassing. while I was filling in for Dale Jr., and I hope he's doing good, I needed a fill-in on restarts. It was pretty bad, but other than that, I thought it went really well. I really liked working with Greg and this whole 88 team. Took us a little while to get the balance right, track, and adjustments came to us. He made an awesome pit call to come in early one time, and he called it right as I was going into turn 4, and that made a lot of spots up for us because we had a fast race car. We just couldn't get the track position. Pretty tough to pass, and I didn't want to see those cautions there at the end, but I don't know. I'm going to need some practice on restarts for Pocono anyway. So we finally actually there on that last one got the car where it was decent on the outside. It was so loose on the outside before that. And I made up a bunch of spots off of 4. But, on one hand, I'm relieved that this is over. On the other hand, I would have liked it to go on a little bit better and looking forward to Pocono. And thank you to Tony Stewart. What a class act he is. It meant a lot to me that he invited me to come make that last lap with him.
Yeah, a special moment. What was that like?
Well, Tony and I have gone through a lot over the years, but he and I have become really good friends. I was with him when he got hurt, this year, and to see what he's done, how tough he is as a competitor. I've always known what a great guy and a great race car driver he is, but now I know more about who Tony Stewart really is, and I'm just so proud that I was able to be here and race with him in his final race. Maybe, I don't know. I thought this was going to be last year was going to be my final race, so you never know, Tony Stewart, but that meant a lot to me to be able to stand up from the driver's meeting, recognize him, and then do that pace lap here today at the end.
What about you? Is next week your final race?
Whew. If it's this hot, I hope so. My thing is I can't wait to talk to Dale Jr., debrief him on how today went, and see how he's doing. I want him in the car as soon as possible. I'm too old to be doing this stuff, but to come here, do this race, finish 13th, and decent. I think I can do better next week for him, and then we'll just go from there.
We look forward to Pocono. Great to see you back in the track.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I was glad I was in the Exalted Chevrolet. That was a lot of fun. Thank Rick for calling me in France.
And Jeff held up pretty good considering it was over 110 degrees in that race car.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And again, Dale Earnhardt Jr. tweeting earlier today. We saw him tweet earlier this week saying that he's seeing improvement, getting better. That's exactly what everyone with Team Hendrick and everybody in racing wants to see. Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting better, but it has been announced that Jeff Gordon will once again drive for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in Pocono next week. But really, what an incredible moment that we just all witnessed to be a part of. Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, final time at the Brickyard.
Yeah, I think, listen, they know what the Brickyard means. It's such a huge part of worldwide motorsports history, the heritage of it. To have the opportunity to even compete here as stock car guys, you never thought you would have it. And so to have that opportunity, Tony ran the Indy 500. They both won the Brickyard 400 multiple times. It's a really special place, and this shows you how much they appreciate it.
And there was all these questions coming in. How would Jeff Gordon do being out of a race car for so long? He came home in 13th. I know he obviously wanted more, but think about someone whose career spanned decades to come out of retirement, and Tony Stewart to put the emotion of the situation not behind him, but just in check and race all day long. He mentioned it, put himself behind with a speeding penalty, recovered, didn't give up to fight back to an 11th place. I think where they finished doesn't matter as much as how they raced, and that's two great competitors we saw right there.
Great performances out of both. Let's take a look at the final results, unofficial results. Kyle Busch and Matt Kenseth, 1 and 2, both from Joe Gibbs Racing, and Kyle Busch mentioned his teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing, probably his closest competition for the championship this year.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson came all the way back from that speeding penalty to finish 3rd. We see Jeff Gordon in 13th. And how about Chris Buescher in 14th? A strong run for that Rookie of the Year contender.
For the back in the field, Clint Boyer involved in a late race incident.
Ryan Newman in 30th. One of our Chase contenders had trouble.
Yeah, a lot of Chase contenders there at the end had issues. Trevor Bayne was one of them, 31st, 4 laps behind him.
And let's look at the Chase grid. After 20 races, again, we'll go 26 races until we start the playoffs. All the drivers in yellow with wins. The others fighting for points to get into the top 16, and issues with guys like Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman, Kyle Larson, Casey Kane, all involved, and then Dale Earnhardt Jr. not being here. 11 points now out of the top 16. an extremely eventful day. Once again at Speedway, Indiana, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Busch breaking records again as we go to Chris Devoto.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
he was going to miss that, but that was a great point that Kyle was in that car, so that was perfect. You wouldn't think kissing dirty asphalt covered in tire rubber and dirt would be the best thing about your weekend, but it certainly is. The tradition of kissing the bricks started by our very own Dale Jarrett. What is that like, DJ?
It's just quite a moment. You know, the first year we took everybody by surprise in '96 because Todd and I had told no one about this. And I'll give a shout out to Todd Parrott and his family, thinking about him on this difficult weekend as he lost his mom this weekend. But this is just such a special time. You know, just a different way to enjoy the most difficult race that you encounter, really, at the most historic place. But to get there and let everyone enjoy it and have a great time and always have something to talk about.
Yeah, and what I like about this, and the guy standing right here with us, he's the guy that started it. He can take us back to the origins. But it is a tradition that every generation of driver and every guy that has come along since then here at Indy in the NASCAR series has done. And that's what's so cool about this. Tony George and those guys said, and I've said it before, and Bill France Jr. said, we're starting a new tradition by coming to Indy. And this is part of that new tradition.
Brexton was picking up the Skittles off the yard of bricks.
Yeah. He's not an idiot. Yeah, he knows what you can eat and what you can't.
Samantha, when Samantha was on her way to Victory Lane to meet Kyle, she ran by us and said she was really excited to see how Brexton handled it today. Of course, they got to do this very thing yesterday when Kyle won the Xfinity Series race.
Yes, and he walked off yesterday, just like he's doing right there.
That's pretty much what he did.
Pretty much like that. That's basically what he did yesterday. It's like, I'm not kissing any dirty bricks. Someday he's going to look back on these photos and say, what a special time.
Well, it has to be, probably any other time, he's like, Mom, you don't let me eat dirt. You tell me no, and now all of a sudden I'm supposed to kiss the ground.
True that. Let's put a hat on. Not going to happen. Let's go over here and stand by the trophy. Not going to happen. You want to come to me? Not going to happen. He is a Busch. You do know that. He's not listening to anybody else. That's what, that shows it right there. So that's pretty cool.
Those are going to be great photos for him as he grows up and sees that.
And that's what this is all about. Dale, when Dale was there, his family was there. We see Kyle Busch there with his family every year. We've seen Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott. Before he was in this series, we've got photos of Chase Elliott with his dad in that same kissing the bricks. That's what NASCAR has always been built on, family, whether it's the Jarrett family, the Allisons, the Pearsons, the Parsons, the Waltrips. It doesn't make any difference. And we see the Busch brothers, and here is little Braxton just still in the show. These guys just won their race for the second time, and he's still in the show.
He's like, there he comes.
He's not as tall. He's just a little taller than the trophy. That's all right.
And I know we're going to be discussing this all week, especially on NASCAR America, which I know Kyle and Dale, you'll both be on this week. The Toyota dominance. I know we're going to talk Kyle and what Kyle did, but Toyota across the board, Matt Kenseth had a shot at him. Denny Hamlin ended up back in the mix after a penalty. If Carl Edwards hadn't been in that accident, he probably would have been in the fold as well. Martin Truex, just outstanding across the board.
Yeah, I think, there was a little bit, there were a few weeks there. Of course, Brad won a few weeks and things, but, you go back, Truex was right there with him at Kentucky. So, we thought maybe they had lost a little bit of everything that they had, but I think Toyota, TRD has figured all of this out. That they know when to bring a little bit more for their drivers, where it's more important. They've just grown over these years since they've been in this sport, and they understand this all better. And in a situation that they're hooked up with an organization that understands everything that it takes from top to bottom. Their pit crews are the best. there, and they do everything just spectacular.
Yeah, and if you're a race fan out there and you're complaining about Toyota, I want you to pick up a history book of this sport and go back when the Fords dominated, when the Plymouths dominated, and the Chrysler products, when the Chevys dominated, when Rick Hendrick and that organization dominated for so many years in the early 2000s. We have that in this sport. It's a cyclical process where somebody rises to the top and everybody chases them, they catch up, they pass them, they move on. Right now, Toyota and Joe Gibbs, they're on top. If we roll the clock back to the mid 2004, 5, or 6, we're going to be talking Rick Hendrick and Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, guys like that. We roll it back before that, we're talking Robert Yates and Dale Jarrett standing here. So that's the way it is. These guys have worked really hard.